Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we're going to be talking about your June horoscopes, folks. And what a month June is. There's so much good stuff happening in June. I have to give a shout out from the very get-go to Jupiter, the great benefic, going into Cancer, its sign of exaltation. Jupiter has been spending the past year in a sign that it doesn't really like to be in Gemini. And now it's going into Cancer from the 9th, 10th of June, depending on where you're based in the world, until June of 2026. So you've got 1 year ahead of you, folks, to take advantage of the great benefic being really strong, finally giving us some stability, some hope, some opportunities, some actual good luck and protection in the part of our chart where we've got Cancer. And yes, we do have all 12 zodiac signs in our natal chart, so we're all going to benefit from this transit in some shape or form. The last time when Jupiter was transiting Cancer was between June 2013 until July 2014. And before that, between July 2001 until August 2002. So it's exciting, it's beautiful. I cannot wait. Jupiter, you've been expected in the sign of Cancer for a long time, especially since this year, especially the beginning of the year, has been a little bit tough when it comes to the Mars in Cancer transit. So January, February, whichever area of your life was being kind of like shaken up, inflamed, stirred up by Mars, Jupiter comes in and says, okay, come on, it's time for some good stuff. You deserve a break. You deserve some relief. You deserve some protection, finally. What else is going on in June? I told you it's a good month. I'm excited in so many ways. Venus is going to go into Taurus. It's domicile from the 6th of June until the 4th of July. So we can finally enjoy some Taurian things, some good food, some relaxation, some connection with nature. This can actually be, at a collective level, a time of stability or of things starting to stabilize when it comes to the economy. When it comes to industries and sectors such as the construction industry, when it comes to maybe food. So we have two benefics very strong this month. I mean, yeah, hence the excitement at June coming in. We are also going to have a Jupiter Cazimi. So one of the luckiest days of the year happening on the 24th of June, Jupiter conjunct the Sun in Cancer, a massive breakthrough, an opportunity, some sort of, for some people, this can be a windfall, potentially. For some people, this can be a great time to, I don't know, like play the lottery or just kind of like test their luck. I am thinking of that sort of like phrase on Google. Are you feeling lucky? The answer is absolutely yes on the 24th of June. Mars will change signs this month. So planet of action, initiative, fighting, conflict. Mars moves from Leo into Virgo on the 17th of June, and it's going to stay in Virgo all the way until the 6th of August. Now, before it changes signs, however, it is going to cause a little bit of turmoil. Now, it can be actually quite a lot of turmoil. On the 15th of June, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, especially the 3 days leading up to the 15th of June, we might feel the energy building up. Now, this is my least favorite time of the month, my least favorite aspect of the month. Why? Because Mars coming together with Uranus can bring dramatic sort of like shakeups, unexpected conflicts, surprising fights, unexpected fights, unforeseen fights, unforeseen sort of like escalation of like arguments and conflicts. It can be also a very accident-prone energy. We have seen Uranus involved many times in these sort of like natural events, such as earthquakes, such as natural phenomena in general. So I would be extra cautious when it comes to these sort of like few days around the 15th of June. And obviously, I'm going to go into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs, and you're going to know what are the areas that you need to kind of like tread carefully around. I'm going to take you through a chronological list of the most important dates in June, but I did have to start off with a massive shout out to some of the most important things going on in June. Before we go through the list of significant dates, I also want to share, especially with people who are here for the first time, that I am a full-time consulting astrologer. So you can work with me. You can book readings with me, personal readings, personal consultations, using my website. So through my website, I have left a link in the description box as well as in the pinned comment. It is my passion to help people reconnect with their soul's intentions and make the most of the timeline of their lives. Timing is everything, and astrology can absolutely help us actually use the timing of our lives. When is a good time to, I don't know, move, start a business, say yes to maybe some big leap of faith. Astrology can help us find the right answer, or the answer that makes the most sense for us at that specific moment in time when you are dealing with these kinds of questions or doubts. I also see astrology as a fabulous tool for empowering us to become, I don't even want to say the best versions of ourselves, but for fulfilling our potential. Who are you? Who can you become? Who can you be? And one of my favorite sectors or branches of astrology is vocational and career astrology, and that is something that I focus a great deal on in my client work. So if you are wondering what are the sectors, what are the industries, what are the kinds of jobs, what is the kind of work that would be the most suited to who I am, what would be the most fruitful and lucrative sectors to step into, what are the resources, talents, skills that I've got that can help me fulfill my potential from a professional perspective. I'm also very passionate about relationship astrology. I do believe that relationships can be worked out with self-awareness, with a better understanding of who we are as well as of the person in front of us. So a big part of my work involves compatibility readings, a focus on relationship patterns. But here you are listening to your June horoscope, and that's really going to give you a very good indicator of the fact that I am very deeply invested in my forecasting work as well. So I have clients coming in every year and even a few times a year for us to look together at the months ahead, the year ahead, and what sort of opportunities, challenges, energies you're likely to deal with and how you can navigate them best. Because let's face it, knowledge is power. If you know it's going to rain, you're going to take an umbrella and it's going to be a completely different experience than you just kind of going into the rain and experiencing the state of being soaking wet. But maybe you like the rain and it's all about the dancing. So enough with the metaphors. Written in the stars-astrology.com. That is my website. That is where you can purchase personal astrological consultations with me. The waiting time for the regular consultation is around a month to a month and a half. I generally list it on my website and say, I'm taking bookings from like June onwards. So from the moment that you make the purchase, it may take up to a month or a little bit longer for us to meet via Zoom. We can absolutely record the consultation if you want to, so that you can always go back to it. You can re-listen to it. You can take notes. And I have actually found it very useful based off of my clients' feedback to go back to the reading, to go back to the conversation a bit later, because sometimes things do take a while to process and they make more sense in hindsight after you have reflected upon them. There's also an emergency reading option if you're dealing with something that is time sensitive. There is the emergency 1 hour reading option on my website, and from the moment that you book that, we aim to meet within 72 hours, so within 3 days of you making the booking. So if you don't want to wait, if you cannot wait, then just know that there is an emergency reading option. Let's go back to June. So the month kicks off on the 1st with a Moon Mars conjunction trining Venus in Aries. A lot of fire, a lot of excitement, a lot of energy. A good time for like dates, but also very kind of like physically active dates. So maybe going to the park kind of date, going on a hike kind of date. 2nd, 3rd of June, the moon transits Virgo. I feel like we're busy. We're kind of like cleaning things up. We're like fixing things. 6th of June, Venus goes into Taurus. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful for like Taurian experiences, such as enjoying the comfort of life, of the 5 physical senses. 8th of June, Mercury conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. I like this day for brainstorming, for sales, for commercial activities, for business conversations, for sort of like big presentations. I feel like speech is sort of like very much focused on the future. The discourse is very much focused on the future, on exciting projects, on exciting goals, and everyone's sort of like happy and buzzing to like socialize around this time. 9th of June, 9th, 10th of June, depending on where you are in the world, Jupiter goes into Cancer. Initially, I do have to say this, Jupiter will be squaring from the 9th, 10th of June until the 22nd, Saturn and Neptune. So we've got this sort of energy that wants you to grow, and we also have this energy, Saturn, that wants you to restrict something or be very serious or very kind of like cautious and careful about something in your life, and Neptune that wants you to let go of something, to maybe dissolve a structure. We also have to think about the nature of the signs that the square is happening in. So Cancer, Aries. So we've got Cancer, which is obviously a water sign. We've got Aries, which is a fire sign. So there may be a little bit of like tension and frustration between action and individuality, and also needs and feelings and emotions and what our intuition is telling us. Mars is going to be sextiling Jupiter from the 17th, 18th until the 25th of June. So Mars, planet of action, is coming in and saying, you've got this big dream, you've got this big vision, you're growing in this direction. Let me give you some functional tools. Full moon in Sagittarius, 11th of June, ruled by Jupiter in Cancer. I mean, for the most part, this is probably going to be quite auspicious because, hey, Jupiter is going to be exalted in Cancer. There's going to be probably a big focus on matters at a collective level connected with traveling, foreign affairs, international kind of like affairs, foreign lands, foreign countries, globalization, global issues. There might also be a focus on matters connected with spirituality and religion and the church, for example. 15th of June, my least favorite time, Mars squaring Uranus. 17th of June, Mars goes into Virgo, and 21st of June, Sun goes into Cancer. Cancer season starts for the next month. 22nd, 23rd, the Sun squares Saturn and Neptune. So we can kind of like see a little bit more clearly what is getting in the way of us sort of like growing in the direction of our intuition and sort of like emotional needs. What's getting in the way, because we have to be a little bit more cautious, because we have to be a little bit also more focused on our individual security and stability, as opposed to just kind of the things that excite us when it comes to home life and family life, and when it comes to emotional ties and connections. 24th of June, Jupiter Kazemi. I mean, use this. Like, what a beautiful day. It's also a great day to start off something very kind of like Jupiterian or very Cancerian for that matter. So it's a great day to maybe start viewings for like a new home, or to list your house on the market, or potentially maybe to enroll on some sort of a spiritual journey. Maybe start kind of like studying with a spiritual kind of like mentor. 25th of June, a new moon in Cancer conjunct Jupiter. Really supportive new moon, really beautiful fresh start. 26th of June, Mercury goes into Leo, so our minds are going to be, and our speech is probably going to be a lot more kind of like expressive and outwardly oriented. 28th of June, Mercury trines Saturn and Neptune. This can actually be a really supportive energy for creative ideas being put to a sort of like practical like test, like being like filtered through the lens of reality, and us seeing, okay, this works, this doesn't work. But I feel like you're going to find the sort of like sweet spot between creativity and pragmatism. And 29th of June, Mercury opposes Pluto. I mean, conversations, gossip, secrets, people kind of like saying things behind your back. This can be an interesting time. Be careful what you say, because you don't know when you say something and you inadvertently insult someone, and they might remember you and they might take you down later, metaphorically speaking. I mean, obviously. I don't see the danger. If I am thinking, so like physically there's not necessarily any danger. Where I am seeing some like potentially like physical danger for like some people, and I do address that in the sort of like update for each of the 12 zodiac signs, is 15th of June, especially if you are a Scorpio ascendant, Aries ascendant, take it easy. If you're a Leo ascendant, take it easy. And also if you're a Taurus ascendant, take it easy, take it slow. Don't overdo it with like physical activity. Don't rush, don't speed, don't take unnecessary risks. It is not worth it. That's my recommendation. Now, obviously, we're going to go into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs, but I have to remind you, especially if you're here for the first time, to please listen to the update for your rising sign, for your ascendant, because these general horoscopes are built with the ascendant in mind, with the rising sign in mind. If you don't know your ascendant, you can listen to the update for your sun sign, but I do hope you're going to find out your ascendant. How can you do that? Find out first and foremost your time of birth, very important for accuracy. Then you can go online on sites such as astro-seek or astro.com and input your date, time, and place of birth. And there are these like free online natal chart generators that are going to tell you what your natal chart looks like, what your ascendant is, where your sun is, moon, etc. So do find that out. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings. June. What a month. What a month. I'm so excited for so many things going on in June, but I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I am going to start off in chronological order. So, 1st of June, the moon transiting through Leo is going to conjunct Mars, and it is going to trine Venus in Aries. This is a very fun day. I mean, enjoy it, play with your kids, play in general, go out if you can. If you can be physically active, so if you can, I don't know, like play tennis or like a soccer game. The 1st of June is the day for it. Now, 2nd, 3rd of June, the moon is transiting through Virgo. You're very busy. You've got a lot on your plate, maybe some cleaning up that you need to do. So take advantage of this transit. 6th of June. Okay, this is probably one of the transits that I'm the most excited about for you, but not just for you, for everyone, but for different reasons. Venus, one of the 2 benefic planets, goes into Taurus 6th of June all the way until the 4th of July. And for you, Aries, this is going to activate your house of income. Now, what does that mean? It means that this is a great time for you to attract more money towards you, for you to attract more clients. Let's say if you work for yourselves, it's a great time to ask for a raise. It's a great time to look for a better paying job. It's a great time to spend money on what truly is valuable to you. So you could be spending money on your health, on your physical body. You might be buying yourself something nice, something beautiful. Venus in Taurus does love beautiful quality things. Venus also likes to share. So if you've been thinking, okay, I need to buy my significant other, if you have a significant other, I need to buy them a gift, then this transit is absolutely perfect. I feel like if you're sharing what you've got with others throughout this transit, Aries, you might actually end up attracting more income-wise, more abundance, more prosperity towards you. 8th of June, Mercury is going to conjunct Jupiter in Gemini in your 3rd house. And then Mercury is going to go into Cancer right afterwards in your fourth house. Actually, pretty much from the 8th, 9th of June onwards, we're going to have a very, very significant focus on your home life, your family life, your living situation for the rest of the month. But let's go back to the 8th of June. Mercury conjunct Jupiter is a great, great day to take an exam, make a significant presentation, make a significant purchase. I feel like your mind is blown somehow. In a good way, in a positive way. You might actually have a very perspective expanding conversation or interaction around the 8th of June. So the people that you're talking to, the people that you're maybe learning from are, I repeat, blowing your mind in the best of ways. It feels like your knowledge and your intellectual skills are growing somehow significantly around this time. This is also a very good day to travel or to plan a trip, to, I don't know, maybe book those plane tickets if you've been postponing. And as I said, from also the 8th of June, so a little bit later after the conjunction happens, Mercury goes into Cancer in your 4th house of home, so your mind is going to be drawn to your private life, your home life, and so on. 9th of June. Okay, so I said that I'm very excited for Venus in Taurus. 9th of June, I'm equally or even more excited. I'm trying to convey the magnitude of my enthusiasm, Aries, for this transit that I'm going to share with you. Jupiter, the great benefic, is going to go into Cancer in its sign of exaltation. That is as good as it sounds. It doesn't even, you don't even need to know astrology to understand that exaltation is fantastic. So the last time when Jupiter transited Cancer was between June 2013 until July 2014, and before that between July 2001 until August 2002. So essentially it takes Jupiter essentially like almost 12 years to come back to a specific sign, to transit a specific portion of your chart. So you are kicking off a 1-year chapter in which you're incredibly supported when it comes to one or several of the following by Jupiter, the great benefic. So Jupiter is a very auspicious force, especially in Cancer, which is its sign of exaltation. It is a force that draws us towards growth, towards taking chances, leaps of faith, towards opportunities. It is a force for prosperity, for good, for abundance. It is also a force that offers protection somehow. So you know when you try to do something and it just feels like you're bumping into like all sorts of obstacles left, right, and center. Well, Jupiter essentially clears the path for you. So what is Jupiter clearing the path for you in regards to in the year ahead, my lovely Aries? If you want to buy a home, if you want to purchase property, if you want to relocate, if you want to live abroad, if you want to move abroad, if you want to experience what it's like to live in a different country, within a different culture, Jupiter is incredibly supportive. Jupiter is very supportive in expanding your existing home and living situation. So for example, I'm going to give you I'm going to share what's happened with my husband when Jupiter was transiting his 4th house of home and family life. Essentially, he built, and that is not an exaggeration, he literally with his hands he built a home office, like an external kind of like an extension to the home, a home office. So that is a fabulous use of the Jupiterian energy. So you can build an extension to your home if you want to, or you can literally expand your family. So this is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful transit for people who are looking to, I don't know, get pregnant or get married even, because essentially you are expanding the family. There is this sense of like joy and buoyancy connected with home life and family life that you're probably going to be experiencing in the year ahead. Overall, I do want to flag, however, that pretty much for the entire month, especially from the 9th until the 22nd of June, but you might feel it throughout the entire month, Aries. Jupiter is going to be squaring Saturn and Neptune in Aries in your first house. So what does that mean? So on the one hand, you've got some significant duties and responsibilities that you're dealing with. There is a sense of a fresh start for you on a personal level, Aries. Maybe when it comes to your career that you have to like figure out. Also maybe when it comes to your path in life. But then Jupiter comes in and says, okay, this part of your life is growing, it's expanding, it's a source of enjoyment, it's a source of optimism, it's a source of opportunities. So as much as you might be in a quite a cautious mood or mode, Aries, so to speak. And as much as you might be maybe a little bit stressed about stepping into a new role in your life, Jupiter says, okay, now's not the time to think small when it comes to home life, family life, living situation, roots. Now is the time to maybe take a leap of faith. The good news is that Mars is going to be sextiling Jupiter as of the 18th of June, pretty much until the end of the month. So what does that tell me? It tells me that as much as you might be scared in certain regards when it comes to taking a leap of faith, I feel like Mars, planet of courage, especially from the 18th until, I'm gonna say, the 25th of June, Mars is bringing in that extra dose of boldness and that extra dose of, I want to call it functional, action-oriented approach that can help you essentially chase a big dream, but like really like chase a big opportunity when it comes to your home front. 11th of June, full moon in Sagittarius, activating your 9th house, 3rd house axis, Aries. So you could be traveling around this time, or you could be getting some sort of a big result, big outcome in regards to maybe visa or foreign residency, foreign lands, foreign countries. A big maybe legal outcome might be on your radar around this time. If you've applied to, I don't know, like a specific university, or if you've applied for a degree or something along those lines, it is likely that you're going to get a positive response. I'd say there's this sort of like connection around this time between legal matters and home related matters. So some of you could start the process to like purchase a home, or some of you could start the process of relocating to a foreign land or a foreign country. Some of you could start the process of, I don't know, applying for a visa for your significant other, let's say. Some of you could be traveling to see family, or family could be traveling to see you, I'd say. And also there's a possibility that things happening at a global scale when it comes to maybe commerce or the economy. These things might be affecting, I dare say in an auspicious way, your home life, your real estate sector, your property sector, and your living situation. You could also be traveling to maybe see if you want to move someplace around this time. Jupiter is going to be sextiling Venus. I repeat, I feel like this is, for the most part, a very optimistic, filled with good news and good cheer kind of astrological event. But I repeat, Jupiter is still squaring Saturn and Neptune. So don't let fear dictate, but at the same time, do keep in mind that Jupiter squaring Saturn means that you're going to have to grow in a controlled kind of way, maybe a little bit slower than you would have wanted to. And Jupiter squaring Neptune says that you could be having these like huge dreams, but be careful when it comes to, I don't know, like projecting your illusions or your fantasies over something and then reality striking and you being disappointed. Mars in Leo is going to be in a nice aspect to the full moon. So I repeat, good cheer, good cheer. 15th of June, Mars is squaring Uranus. This is probably one of the most disruptive times of the month. I like a lot of things about June. I like June so much, but Mars squaring Uranus, I don't really like. 15th of June, you might also feel it a few days before, a few days after, so maybe up to like 3 days before and 3 days after. This can be sudden, sudden conflict, sudden fights, a sudden kind of like break. Mars loves accidents, it loves attacks, sudden attacks, unexpected conflicts, unexpected things like breaking apart or like falling apart. For you, this could show up, Aries, as maybe an unexpected expense connected with children or connected with something that is fun and entertaining. I would be very careful because Mars is your chart ruler, not to have too much fun and hurt yourselves in the process. That would be my recommendation. 17th of June, Mars goes into Virgo and it's going to stay there for the rest of June, all the way until the beginning of August. So your chart ruler is going into the house of day-to-day work and health. You're going to be very driven and motivated and invested in taking action on the work front. You're going to be super busy. There's going to be so much on your plate, but also you're probably going to be very driven to take action on the health front. Do be careful not to overdo things when it comes to how busy you are and then your health suffering because you've added too much to your plate. 21st of June, Sun goes into Cancer. It illuminates your home sector, family life, and so on. 22nd, 23rd of June, the Sun is squaring Saturn and Neptune. This is where I feel like you might want to have fun at home. You might want to celebrate the good things happening at home. But there is this sense of dealing with a lot of restraints at the same time, a lot of restrictions, a lot of fears, and possibly some obstacles that you need to figure out how to approach. All of these aspects might be a source of frustration when it comes to just enjoying life at home. I wanna say. It also feels like you really need to take into account other people's feelings when it comes to and other people's needs and emotions, especially like the needs and feelings and the emotions of family members when it comes to the direction in which you're building your life, and that is not always easy. 24th of June, Sun conjunct Jupiter, Jupiter Kazemi. I mean, you're probably going to hear astrologers call this one of the luckiest days of the year. And you know what? I am inclined to agree. So give me 1 second. Yes, fantastic. So 24th of June, Jupiter Kazemi. In a nice aspect to Mars, ruled by the moon in Gemini. The moon is at the bendings. It's squaring the nodes. I feel like there's a big door, a big opportunity coming up for you. For everyone, actually, but in different sort of like aspects of their life. For you, this could be a big opportunity to say yes to something growing and magnifying and expanding and being taken to the next level when it comes to your home life, your private life, your home and living situation. Now, this could involve more traveling. This could involve maybe working from home. This could involve working on something together with a family member. So let's say, I don't know, you've decided that you're going to get pregnant and you're going to have to figure out how things are going to work together with your spouse. I mean, maybe that's a nice problem to have. Essentially, there's this sort of like lucky opening for you. What are you going to do with it? You do seem to be a tiny bit scared. You do seem to be reluctant. You do seem to be fearful that you don't have all the resources that you need to make this work. But I feel like from a practical perspective, you actually do have all the resources that you need to make this work. You can also be very generous towards someone, and I feel like that's scoring you like extra points when it comes to karma, good karma in particular around this time. If you are looking to put your house on the market or buy a home. 24th of June, a superb day. 25th of June, new moon in Cancer in your house of home, family life, and living situation, active 3 days before, 3 days after. I mean, this essentially emphasizes the energy of Jupiter Kazemi. It is a superb new moon, I repeat, probably one of the best new moons of the year. I wrote down in my notes, superlative growth. Growth on a whole different level, a fresh start. You could be moving into a new home, you could be buying a home, you could be welcoming someone into your home, you could be starting your new life in terms of home and living situation after you've gotten your visa or your citizenship, maybe in a different country. The new moon is sextiling Mars and Virgo. I feel like together with family members, people who are close to you, you are actively working on something. This could also be an exciting fresh start, an exciting new beginning for a family member, especially a parent. Maybe they have struck gold somehow, metaphorically speaking. They're starting a new life and you're super happy for them, and maybe you're working on something together, you're helping them with something. So in any case, fantastic news. Mercury goes into Leo 26th of June, so your mind is going to be now moving more towards fun and enjoyment. And 28th of June, Mercury trines Saturn and Neptune in Aries in your first house. Now, you might also feel this the day before and the day after. So finally, it feels like you've gotten over the line somehow, over maybe like a more uncertain time when it comes to the direction in which your life is growing and evolving. And now you can finally enjoy a little bit of like good times with friends, maybe with people who are close to your heart. Maybe even this could be actually a very good day to 28th of June, especially to go to some sort of a work celebration. So if someone is having their like birthday party at work, or I mean, one of your colleagues from work, or if someone is having their leaving drinks, let's say, I like it. I realize the 20th of June is actually a Saturday, but you can also take advantage of the energy on the 27th, and the 28th is a great time to reward yourselves with a little bit of fun after a month of incredible growth, Aries. And 29th of June, Mercury opposes Pluto. After you've had your fun, there could be information coming to the surface that you're not necessarily super happy with. Maybe you figure out a secret concerning your kids, or concerning a loved one, or concerning someone that you've worked with. Maybe you find out some gossip and you're not necessarily super impressed with it. Careful not to be the gossip, because that can backfire, Aries. Now let us move on to my lovely Taurians, Taurus suns and Taurus risings. What a month, what a month. I feel like, I don't know, like singing for your sake, Taurians, because I really like June for you. So I'm going to start off chronologically so that people don't get frustrated that I'm jumping from one transit to the other. But I was so excited to mention Venus going into Taurus. But hey, I'm going to go back to it. So 1st of June, the moon in Leo is going to conjunct Mars, and it's going to trine Venus in your 12th house. I feel like you're kind of like super active at home. You're busy at home. Maybe you're clearing things out. You're getting rid of stuff. Maybe you're gifting things that you no longer use. Maybe you're recycling. I feel like you could also be very active at home, like literally, I don't know, like playing sports or games, or I don't know, badminton or football, with maybe family members. And it's a good time to do that. You could also be having some good fun at home. Maybe you're hosting, maybe you're inviting people over. It's a very kind of like dynamic energy. So I would recommend utilizing it physically somehow. 2nd, 3rd of June, the moon transits Virgo in your 5th house. I mean, you're busy, but you seem to be busy with things that you enjoy doing. You could also be busy with children if you have kids, or you could be working on something that is very close to your heart, such as a passion project. 6th of June, Venus goes into Taurus. This is what I was excited about. So, my lovely Taurians, Venus is going to be in your corner, your chart ruler in your corner, all the way until the 4th of July. So you've got almost a month. What a time, what a time, what a time to enjoy life. What a time to look after yourselves, buy yourselves nice things, take care of your body, buy yourselves nice clothes, get a haircut, go out on dates, attract all the right attention from a romantic perspective. You can utilize this both if you're single or if you are in a relationship. So if you're single, you can obviously go out on dates. If you're in a relationship, I feel like you are going to be showered with quite a bit of affection, quite a bit of appreciation, and you are feeling very, very valued. Your relationship with yourselves, Taurians, especially Taurus risings, is seeing a massive improvement. I feel like it is the time to say, treat yourselves. It is the time to enjoy sensual pleasures, whether that is, I don't know, going for massages or like showing your body some love, going for, I don't know, like a spa day, even going on like holiday in some shape or form. So Venus is a very relaxing planet. I feel like this is supported. 8th of June, Mercury conjuncts Jupiter in your second house. And then Mercury goes into Cancer. So I feel like the 8th of June can bring some good news of growth, news of expansion, news of opportunities on the financial front. And you also seem to be very appreciated for both your intellectual abilities, your kind of like practical mind, as well as for your curiosity and for your ability to see the big picture. This is a great time to maybe buy a course or invest in your education or invest in maybe traveling or in something that broadens your horizons, my dear Taurus. You seem to have lots of reasons to also be proud of your success from a creative perspective. You seem to be getting good feedback. You're very valued, I repeat, and you could also be very proud of your child or children because you could be getting good feedback from their teachers or something along those lines. So it could be a day of academic success. Mercury goes into Cancer 8th of June, so your mind is going to be focused now on who you need to reach out to, who you need to talk to, and maybe there's going to be quite a few kind of like short distance trips that you need to take for the rest of the month. Jupiter goes into Cancer 9th of June. Taurians, this is fantastic. This is fantastic for everyone, but it is fantastic in different ways. The last time when Jupiter transited Cancer, its sign of exaltation, was between June 2013 until July 2014, and before that, between July 2001 until August 2002. So have a think about Taurians. What happened in your life between these sort of like periods when it comes to one or several of the following. When it comes to your education, when it comes to siblings, when it comes to your local community, networking, learning, driving, cars, transportation, but also when it comes to investments, when it comes to friends, groups, communities, and organizations. Essentially, for the next year, Jupiter, the planet of expansion and the great benefic, is supporting you in learning new things, broadening your horizons through taking classes, taking courses. You might even be supported in learning a new language or learning to communicate in a new way. Siblings, cousins, neighbors. You might be thinking, why do I care? I think you will probably be very happy for them. They all seem to be going through a really good time. They seem to be going through a period of kind of like growth and development. You seem to be experiencing improved communication with siblings, cousins, neighbors, friends throughout this whole period. Speaking of friends and friendship, you could be making new friends. Your circle could be expanding in the year ahead in a very beautiful way. And especially if you connect with people, if you connect with like-minded individuals in a learning setup. It is a great time with Jupiter transiting your third house to take exams, to learn how to drive, to buy cars, to buy a new mode of like transportation, like a new bike or like a new scooter or whatever it is that you prefer. It's also a great time to learn more about finances, to learn more about investments. You can actually have some like really good ideas as to how to utilize your resources, especially when it comes to making passive income throughout this transit. I feel like you're also going to learn some new things, Taurus, that are going to help you fulfill your long-term goals. And you're probably also going to connect with people who are going to help you fulfill your long-term goals throughout this period. It is a time that I'm super, super excited about. Venus on the same day, however, is squaring Pluto. So I feel like as much as this is a great time overall, it's kind of like the beginning of a great transit, Jupiter going into Cancer. Literally on the 9th of June, there may be some kind of like buried things, hidden things coming to the surface in regards to your boss, in regards to maybe the industry that you're active in regards to the company that you work for, essentially. There could also be news of major transformation happening at an industry level or at a company level, and you might be wondering, I apologize. You might be wondering, Taurus, what does that mean for you? Essentially, it means that you're probably going to have to rethink your career trajectory in the long term. Now, for pretty much the entirety of the month, but especially until the 22nd of June, Jupiter is going to be squaring Saturn and Neptune. So I feel like as much as you're kind of like enthusiastic and optimistic about learning new things, there's like positive news and developments when it comes to siblings, networking, learning. There seems to be something behind the scenes that is kind of holding back a little bit this full-blown like optimistic expansion for you. It feels like you need to clear out some outstanding debris from your life. And you might need to figure out what that actually is. Part of it could have something to do with your existing career path. Part of you could have something to do with the people that you hang out with. Now, I know it sounded horrible to say that you need to clear out the debris. I'm going to rephrase that. There might be some people who don't have a place in your life moving forward because you are looking to evolve in a different direction and they are holding you back. I mean, that's the reality of it. Maybe they're not ready to grow with you, or maybe they just have a completely different path compared to yours. So there's no point in fighting this. There is a possibility that you could also be dealing with something from a mental health perspective pretty much until the 22nd of June. That gets somehow kind of like amplified because it feels like you might need to grow or to evolve at a rate that is a little bit challenging for you. So you could be having maybe some negative thoughts, or there could be some confusion as to what that actually means, and it could keep you a little bit awake at night and maybe even give you some anxiety. The good news is that Mars, from the 18th of June until the 25th, is going to be sextiling Jupiter. So I feel like you are going to have some really good support from people that love you in terms of the growth that you have embarked upon. It also feels like either loved ones, maybe children, maybe your romantic partner. It feels like these people are supporting you and encouraging you and giving you that extra kind of like dose of energy that you need to take advantage of some big opportunities making their way to you, Taurus. And you're probably going to forget about, or you might be less put off by maybe some sort of like internalized fears or some of the things that are causing anxiety, let's say. 11th of June, full moon in Sagittarius, active 3 days before, 3 days after. I feel like you need to pay a big debt. Debts, taxes, other people's money are in the spotlight around this time. It feels like a process of transformation in your life is complete somehow, and it could have something to do with your financial situation, but equally it could have something to do with the way that you think. So you might realize that your old way of thinking is no longer serving you. Maybe also your old way of communicating is no longer serving you. So you essentially need to learn to communicate in a new way, in a different way. This could also be an aha moment for you, Taurus, that makes you aware of what it is that you need to learn in order to get out of a sticky place from a financial perspective. So maybe you do need some extra financial education, let's say. There could also be big news coming up in regards to your partner's finances, if you have a partner, or if you are involved with anyone else's money, such as, I don't know, let's say you have a financial advisor, or, I mean, that doesn't mean that you're involved with their money. Let's say they are involved with your money. You could hear news from them. You could also hear news from your from your accountant that, I don't know, you need to pay your tax return or something along those lines. Jupiter is going to be sextiling Venus. I feel like mostly you are in a good place to pay off whatever needs to be paid off. If you are the one who's supposed to be getting paid by someone else, it's coming. So the money's coming. It's there. It's probably a lot. That's great. 15th of June. Active potentially 3 days before, 3 days after. My least favorite day of the month, especially for you, my dear Taurians, because I'm going to explain. Mars is squaring Uranus in Taurus in your first house. So there is a very high chance of sudden, unexpected conflicts erupting at home, maybe with a family member, potentially also with a spouse, conflicts erupting out of nowhere. It feels like someone is really frustrated with you because they're saying you're being extra stubborn, or you're being extra rigid, or you're being unreasonable. There is a possibility that something could literally break around the house, and it could be something connected with like technology, like Wi-Fi, or maybe electricity. My recommendation would be to slow down and to be careful when it comes to managing or like dealing with any like sharp tools, or any tools that, or gadgets around the house that use electricity, that use power, because there is a little bit of an increased risk of accidents. And it's not because, I mean, I feel like it could be because you haven't been paying attention to this issue. Maybe it has been on your radar for some time, but you just chose to ignore it. So it's not because maybe the device is faulty, I'd say, or the gadget is faulty. It also feels like something might need to exit your home. Now, it could be, I repeat, a device that breaks, that falls apart, and that is it. 17th of June, Mars goes into Virgo until the beginning of August. Mars is the ruler of your house of relationships. I like the fact that Mars goes into Virgo because essentially, for the most part, this means that you're probably going to have fun with your significant other or with loved ones for the rest of June until the beginning of August. It's a great time to do things that are active together with loved ones, maybe with children, maybe with your partner, if you have a partner. It also feels like you can work collaboratively with someone else on creative projects throughout this whole period. And you might also employ the help or the support of someone who is very knowledgeable when it comes to your health goals throughout this period. 21st of June, the sun goes into Cancer, so it illuminates your third house that has already been super activated by Jupiter, the great benefic, from the 9th of June. So more focus on short distance traveling, siblings, cousins, learning. And 22nd of June, 22nd, 23rd, actually, the sun is going to square Saturn and Neptune. I feel like you are going to become aware of some matters that have been developing behind the scenes that need to be addressed. They are issues potentially concerning your career, maybe concerning your friends or any communities and organizations that you've been active within, that you're a part of. And now you have visibility of what these issues are, and you realize, okay, I need to do something about this. I need to take responsibility for this. I need to address this. Otherwise, it's going to interfere with my path of growth. There is a possibility that you could also find out some things that make you a little bit worried in regards to siblings, cousins, neighbors even. 24th of June, Sun conjunct Jupiter. Probably one of the luckiest days of the year for you. This might bring fabulous good news, or a massive opportunity for something to grow and to develop to a high sort of level of magnitude. When it comes to your money, your finances, your income, Why? Because the moon is going to be in your second house of income. This can also be a fantastic opportunity to grow and to develop your skills, your intellectual abilities, to learn something that is going to be really, really helpful when it comes to achieving your long-term goals for the future. There could be a major opportunity coming your way. When it comes to investments, but this is not financial advice, so please take the advice of your financial advisor or whoever it is that you take money advice from. Fantastic news also coming from maybe a family member. So I did say siblings, so it could be any family member. There's a door opening for you, Taurians. A door that involves growth, that involves learning, that involves communicating in new ways. And I feel like as much as this is challenging you to step outside of your comfort zone, it's probably going to be worth it when it comes to long-term success. 25th of June, new moon in Cancer, a superb new moon, conjunct Jupiter, so a fresh start when it comes to learning, studies, siblings, cars, transportation. The new moon is sextiling Mars. You're kind of like eager to sink your teeth in, maybe to sink your teeth into the curriculum for the school that you've applied to. I didn't mention this, Taurians, but I really have to say it. From the 9th of June of this year until June of 2026, because Jupiter is going to stay for a whole year in this part of your chart, you're very strongly supported to both learn new things, but to also write. So if you're a writer, if you are a content creator, Jupiter supports communication in novel ways, expanding your perspective on how you can use your voice, how you can share the messages that you have to share with the world. And this new moon in Cancer, 25th of June, is bringing the attention back onto that, and it's saying, okay, now is the time to sow the seeds. So if you've always wanted to like write your book and become a published author, do it. Now is the time. Mercury goes into Leo 26th of June in your house of home and living situation. So your mind kind of like is now geared towards like private matters, home matters, and family matters. And on the 28th, it's going to trine Saturn and Neptune, but you might also feel this energy on the 27th of June. I feel like you can have some really serious and productive conversations with family members, with children maybe, with parents, around private matters, around whatever needs to be let go of, whatever needs to be cleared out, whatever needs to be dealt with behind the scenes. And I repeat, the conversation is very productive and it looks like you are on the same page. 29th of June, Mercury opposes Pluto. However, it feels like there is some kind of like intense, challenging communication or interaction either with a parent. Maybe you find out that a parent has been doing something behind your back. Maybe they've hidden something from you. And I can't say that you're impressed. You don't seem to be impressed. You could also be thinking a little bit too much about the worst case scenario, about dark things, about heavy things. And it could just be the fact that you are spending time with someone who has a more kind of like pessimistic way of thinking. There's also a possibility that a family member's decision to transform their career could catch you a little bit off guard. That is Taurus. Now let us move on to Geminis. Give me a second, Geminis. Gemini suns and Gemini risings. What's going on in June? So much. So much. I'm just gonna jump the gun here and say June is a great month for you, Geminis, especially from a financial perspective. It has such huge potential from a financial perspective, from an income perspective. But let me go to the very beginning of the month. I always say I'm not getting ahead of myself, but I somehow am. What can you do? 1st of June, moon in Leo will conjunct Mars and trine Venus in Aries in your 11th house. So I like this day for social events, social activities, fun with your friends, especially fun that involves doing something physical. So I don't know, like playing a game together, or like going for a hike. I feel like conversations are very energizing, and it's probably a good day to go out, to go to a concert, to go to a party, to exchange ideas. It's a good time from a social perspective. 2nd, 3rd of June, the moon is transiting Virgo. You're busy, but you're busy at home. You might have like quite a bit to do at home. Maybe you need to clean up the house. Maybe you need to do, I don't know, like a little bit of like sorting out the wheat from the chaff in terms of, I think that's the saying, in terms of whatever it is that you're still using at home. So if you've got any like old clothes that you need to donate, or stuff that you no longer use, maybe it's time to get those out of the way, clean out the cupboards, and just breathe a sigh of relief, because energetically, cleanliness is next to godliness, I think they say. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me in the comments. 6th of June, Venus goes into Taurus in your 12th house, my lovely Geminis, all the way until the beginning of July, until the 4th of July. A fabulous time to take a break. Now, I know I said this is a good time, this month is a good time from a financial perspective to take advantage of, but that doesn't mean that you cannot take a few days off. I mean, this is probably it, as good as it gets. Venus transiting your house of rest and sleep and relaxation. Venus is going to make really enjoyable all of these activities that involve you getting away from the world, activities that involve maybe rest and meditation, maybe doing some yoga, maybe doing things of a physical nature that also have a spiritual dimension to them. So I repeat, like yoga came to mind, but it could also be other things such as breath work, for example. 8th of June, Mercury conjuncts Jupiter in Gemini in the 1st house, your 1st house. I love this day. 8th of June and 24th of June are probably two of my favorite days of the month. 8th of June, I feel like you're having some fabulous ideas. So your mind is like quicksilver. It's on fire. It is seeing things in ways that it has not seen them before. I repeat, I feel like you may have this sort of like aha moment where you realize, oh my God, this is the big picture. This is what I need to do. This is the direction in which I need to be headed towards. There could also be some fabulous news concerning your professional path. I'm going to say it. Some fabulous news maybe coming from a boss or from your company, or maybe big news that puts you in a very advantageous position when it comes to the evolution of the industry that you're in. Because sometimes things happen and you're like, woohoo, let me celebrate. I mean, sometimes not really, if we watch the news very closely, but I'm an optimist at heart, and this is definitely a day for you to be optimistic. Essentially, whatever's going on career-wise, it seems to put you in a very advantageous position, not possession. Possession is going to come a little bit later. Possession of more money, of more income. Make a big presentation if you have to. Have the interview if you are applying for like a new job, and if they've called you in for an interview. Make a big speech, hold a big speech, share your views, share your ideas in a public setup with the world, regardless of whether you're doing this for your work or for any other reason. This is fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. I see you having fantastic support from people in power, fantastic support maybe from an important partner. It could be a business partner. It could be a life partner. I feel like you are turning enemies into supporters. You are persuading them. You're convincing them. You're smart. You have great ideas. Well done. Gemini risings, well done. It's a great day. Also on the 8th of June, Mercury goes into Cancer, followed by Jupiter going into Cancer, 9th of June. This is a year-long transit. So June of this year until June of next year, Jupiter is going to be transiting your house of income, self-worth, and self-esteem. A fantastic time, Geminis, to grow your income. Now, things don't just happen to us. Things just don't fall into our lap out of nowhere. Sometimes they do, but more often than not, we have to do something, or we have to bring something to the table. Essentially, Jupiter is very supportive of you making more money in the year ahead. But that might also involve reaching out to people, building new partnerships, building new collaborations, being open to collaborations, saying yes to someone if they make their way to you and they say, you know what, I've got the perfect project for you. I've got the perfect job for you. So it does involve a little bit of a leap of faith, a little bit of an openness to welcome people in. You are on a path of tremendous growth, and not just from a financial perspective, but also from a professional perspective. So Jupiter, because it's also the ruler of your house of career, is going to help you tremendously whilst it transits the sign of Cancer, its sign of exaltation. The last time, so have a think about how your financial situation changed or evolved. The last time when this happened, Jupiter was in Cancer between June 2013 until July 2014, and before that between July 2001 until August 2002. Now, I'm going to share something with you. This is a personal story. When Jupiter transited my second house of income in Leo years ago, what happened was the following. I mean, it's a big story. Right before this transit started, myself and the entire PR department, I was working in PR at the time, from the PR department at the television channel in Romania that I was working for, literally everyone, and people had been working there for like years, decades. I was there for like almost 3 years. Literally everyone got made redundant. Now you might be thinking, Rux, that doesn't sound too good. I mean, isn't Jupiter supposed to bring you more money? So that happened right before Jupiter went into my second house of income. Literally a couple of months later, and by this time Jupiter was in my house of income, was transiting my house of income, I moved from Romania to the UK to be with my now husband, at the time boyfriend. It was a huge leap of faith, huge in so many ways, because we hadn't actually spent that much time together. We had only spent, we'd been like getting to know each other at a distance, because he was living in UK, I was living in Romania, for like 6 months, and then we actually spent together, like physically we were in the same room, like, or like in the same space. We had spent before that only 2 weeks together in the same space, and I took a huge leap of faith and I moved to a different country, and we literally immediately moved in together. I mean, I moved in with him basically. Now, from a financial perspective, what this brought into my life, obviously I moved to a different country. I had to find a job. I worked, let's see, that year. So I had a job at a call center for like a month and a bit-ish. I had a job in retail for like another month and a bit-ish. And then I got a job in the marketing department, which is, that was the intention for me to carry on working in a similar space as the one that I used to work in. So I started working in the marketing department, doing social media for a company. And yes, I did start making a lot more money compared to back home, but when it comes to kind of like the expenses that I had and how much disposable income I had, it wasn't necessarily that much more. But what this opened up the path for me to do was for me to learn social media marketing, which actually became my specialty from, what was it, 2014 until the summer of 2020, when I quit my life in the corporate world and I became a full-time astrologer. I had been doing astrology like part-time for a good few years at the time. But that's a very long story, Geminis, and I hope you're not going to resent me for sharing it. But I feel like it's a good story for you to realize how Jupiter can bring you more money when it's transiting your second house. Because I hear sometimes people say, oh, nothing happened. I'm like, oh, did you do anything? I'm not being sarcastic with you specifically, Geminis. I'm being sarcastic in general when people complain that things aren't happening. And my answer is, what are you doing? Why are you a passive receiver of life? Why aren't you an active creator? In any case, so this is a great time to increase your income, to develop your skills in such a way that they will lead to more prosperity, more abundance, and more importantly, also Jupiter is supporting you in expanding your sense of self-worth and self-esteem. And I feel like for the next year, and I feel like that is as important or maybe even more important than the financial implications. Jupiter is going to square Saturn and Neptune until the 22nd of June. In your 11th house. So I feel like you have some big goals, but you might also need to deal with people who are not necessarily immediately supportive of those big goals. It feels like some people are being extra conservative, or they're throwing kind of like spanners in the work for you. It feels like you could also be entering a new community, and it's going to take a while to get these people to be on your side or to persuade these people. So as much as you are keen and eager for growth, it feels like there could be other people that you need to take into account that are not convinced immediately of your vision, let's say. And it also feels like if you are an authority figure or a leadership figure within a community, within an organization, within a group of people, you have like an important duty towards them. So you can't just focus on you and your career and your goals and so on. It feels like you also have to find the sort of like sweet spot between growing what's important to you, including your finances, and doing your duty towards these people who rely on you. Also on the 9th of June, Venus is squaring Pluto. I feel like there could be some things coming to the surface around this time when it comes to an important relationship in your life. And you might also realize that someone has been keeping something from you, and there could be a little bit of a feeling of, I don't know, feeling betrayed or something along those lines. The good news is Mars, from the 18th until the 25th of June, is going to be sextiling Jupiter. I feel like you're getting a lot of support from home, from your family, from family members, when it comes to achieving this growth-oriented project in your life, both from a financial perspective as well as from a career perspective. I feel like you could also be excited to spend some money on home-related matters, on like fixing things around the house, on buying things around the house, and that's making you feel like, yes, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I'm working so hard. This is why I've challenged myself to grow. 11th of June, full moon in Sagittarius. Gemini is active 3 days before, 3 days after. This full moon activates your house of partnerships and relationships and collaborations. It feels like there's a really important professional or kind of like financial collaboration coming together around this time. So you could be signing a big contract. You could be signing a big client. They could decide, yes, I'm going to work with you. You're fantastic. You're exactly what I've been looking for. So you could bring them on your side. They could say, you are the person who I've been looking for. It feels like you could also be paying someone a significant amount of money. But it's somehow, I mean, whenever people hear of expenses, they don't necessarily take it very well. But I feel like you could be paying someone to do a big job for you. Maybe it's a consultant, it's an advisor, it could be a financial advisor. You could decide to finally go for it, bite the bullet, and start paying for the services of a good financial advisor, or pay for the services of a lawyer, or maybe even pay for the services of a therapist. In any case, this person is costing a lot, but they seem to be worth the money. The other thing is, this full moon seems to put the spotlight on whoever appreciates you, whoever values you. It feels like there is a person in your life who really, they've got your back, who really sees your potential. It could be your spouse, but it could also be, I repeat, a professional collaborator. So this full moon is not just about romantic relationships. And thinking a little bit backwards at romantic relationships in general. The full moon is ruled by Jupiter, which isn't a nice aspect of Venus. I feel like if you've spent any money to make your partner happy, they are very, very appreciative. And they're showing that. 15th of June, my least favorite time. Active 3 days before, 3 days after, there is a Mars-Uranus square in the sky. This could bring disruption on the road. Something could break in regards to your car, bike, or preferred mode of transportation. It might need to be replaced because it is quite damaged. Do not speed. That's my recommendation. Take it slow, take it easy, especially on the road. There could be intense, unexpected frustration on the road because, I don't know, there's a massive queue, or there's been an incident on the road, or a train gets canceled. So do not expect, I repeat, things to go very smoothly, especially around the 15th of June. When it comes to travel and transportation, there's also a possibility that something could break, something could fall apart when it comes to maybe like your phone or your laptop or a device that you use for communication. 17th of June, Mars goes into Virgo in your 4th house of home. I feel like you're going to have, until the beginning of August, a lot to do at home. There is a lot on your plate. Maybe you need to repair things around the house. Maybe you need to clean up the house. Maybe you also need to take action in regards to a matter that has been irritating you at home. That is equally possible. It feels like you've also got finally the energy to go after maybe a long-term goal connected with your home life and your family life and your living situation. 21st of June, Sun goes into Cancer, so it further illuminates for the next month your income sector. And 22nd, 23rd of June, I feel like you've got some big expenses. Sun squaring Saturn and Neptune. You may have some big expenses, but you might also have to decide whether it's worth you spending this money just because you want to be a part of a specific community or group of people. So you might essentially question your belonging to a tribe, an organization, a community, because part of you might be thinking, why am I paying for this? Like, why? Or do I have to like have all these things and buy all of these things just to keep up with the Joneses? Is that what they say? There is a possibility that you could also become aware of a difference in values between you and a friend. They seem to be a lot more, I don't know, like self-focused, whereas you seem to value very much your connection with like home, family, roots, and the past. 24th of June, probably one of the luckiest days of the year. Sun conjunct Jupiter in your 2nd house. This is a great time to say yes to a new business opportunity. It is a great time to say yes to a new job. It's a great time to take a leap of faith professionally. It's a great time to potentially go into a new industry altogether professionally. It is a great time to maybe welcome in a new professional collaboration. And I feel like whatever you do, you're probably going to benefit from this energy from a financial perspective. New Moon in Cancer, 25th of June. Again, it reiterates some of the themes of the Sun conjunct Jupiter energy. So fresh start when it comes to money, budget, expenses. This fresh start seems to focus very much on growth. So you're probably going to have to think about what you're going to do with all the extra money that you have available. Or there could be a reevaluation that you kind of like go through when it comes to what is worth your time, money, and attention at this point in time. So you might decide that you're going to direct more of your energy, more of your resources towards home life, towards family life, and towards building something at home. 26th of June, Mercury goes into Leo in your 3rd house, so your mind seems to be very creative for the rest of June, and the way in which you convey information is probably very entertaining. 28th of June, also the day before, Mercury trines Saturn and Neptune. I feel like not only do you have a very creative outlook upon things around this time, creative collaborations and conversations around how to bring an idea to life. Maybe whatever felt like a pipe dream is now feeling within reach. These types of interactions and conversations do seem to go very well. 27th, 28th of June is also a great time to attend a social event that has a professional side to it. So to maybe go to a conference or something along those lines. 29th of June, Mercury opposes Pluto. There could be some destabilizing news coming from maybe abroad or from a legal perspective. You might hear something that you're not necessarily super thrilled with. Maybe you hear news of, I don't know, new taxes or something like that. You could also have a very intense, challenging, and quite destabilizing conversation with someone who is really intent on proving you wrong, and they're not going to stop until they do that. So even though you maybe try to like lighten up the mood and say, yes, we shouldn't take things so seriously, they're not going to stop. They really want to prove that they know what they're talking about and that you don't. That is Geminis. Fellow Cancerians, Cancer suns and Cancer risings, like yours truly here. June. What is going on, Cancerians? Well, I have to start off with Jupiter going into Cancer. The great benefic, Cancerians, is visiting. It is transiting our sign for the first time in 12 years. So Jupiter takes 12 years to go full circle throughout the whole zodiac. The last time when it transited the sign of Cancer was between June 2013 until July 2014. And the previous Jupiter through Cancer transit happened between July 2001 until August 2002, fellow Cancerians. Now, why am I so excited about this transit? Because Jupiter actually loves transiting Cancer. It loves the Cancerian energy. So the planet Jupiter and the sign of Cancer share the principle of protection. So they are both life affirming, life supportive, let's say, growth oriented, nurturing oriented, again, because that is life affirming. And ultimately, I think you're interested in what this means for you. So let me share. Between the 9th of June of this year until June of 2026, Cancerians, the Great Benefic supports you in focusing on your self-growth, on your self-development. Jupiter is saying you are lucky for the year ahead. Now, my recommendation whenever it comes to Jupiter transits is to make use of them. So yes, you do have luck on your side. You are lucky, you are protected, you are looked after, you are supported. Jupiter is a stabilizing and confirming energy, but I always say to people, make sure to tap into the energy rather than just wait for something to happen to you. So I say, take a leap of faith, Cancerians. I repeat, in the direction of your growth, in the direction of your self-development. You are likely to become a lot wiser in the year ahead, and not necessarily through trials and tribulations, because I know that sometimes we do become a lot wiser through challenges and through facing obstacles, but this is not the case. Jupiter says, I'm going to give you the gift of a broader perspective. I'm going to give you the gift of seeing the big picture. I'm going to give you the gift of seeing how you've been underestimating yourselves. I'm going to give you the gift, Cancerians, of having faith and trust in yourselves and in life. You are going to have an increased appetite for travel, adventure. You're going to be probably more spontaneous than you've been in a long time. You're probably going to indeed take a leap of faith in some shape or form. It feels like your sense of self and your identity is going through a massive expansion. Now, Jupiter also rules your ninth house and your sixth house of day-to-day work and health. So when it comes to this process of self-growth, expansion, self-development, it is very likely that this could happen on the work front. So you might take on a new role. You might enter into a new field from a professional perspective. Or, I apologize, there's something going on with my camera. Forgive the slight intrusion of my finger. So I do believe that you can grow on the work front, on the professional front. There can be exciting opportunities your way. And once again, my recommendation is to take advantage of them. This is not the time to play it safe. This is not the time to hold yourselves back. This is not the time to carry on business as usual. That would be a massive waste of the Jupiter energy. And sometimes when I hear people complain about Jupiter and say, oh, I don't really feel it, or nothing has come my way, or yeah, I don't even notice Jupiter transits. I have to remind people that Jupiter is the planet of expansion and exploration. So if you do not expand and explore, you are probably not necessarily going to feel this transit that much. Regardless, Jupiter transiting Cancer, especially for Cancer risings, is going to bring a much needed dose of trust, faith, optimism, joy in life, belief in the fact that the universe has your back. If you've been struggling with your emotions, with your needs, with your mental health, with your relationship with your body even, Jupiter comes in and says, I got your back. Let me help you. Let me clear up the path for you. Speaking of clearing up the path, it's a great year, June 25 to June 26, to start off a new job, to, as I said, develop your skill set, to maybe travel more, to go to university, to go for a new degree, to expand your horizons, also academically. And Jupiter, what it's going to do for you is it's going to make the process smoother than it normally would have been. So I repeat, Jupiter is a stabilizing, protective force. If you've been thinking about going back to school, going back to university, going for your master's degree, once again, Jupiter in Cancer says, yes, come on, now's the time to jump. Now is the time to take a big leap of faith. You can probably hear the enthusiasm in my voice because I am a Jupiter in Cancer through the first house person for the year ahead as well. That doesn't mean that I have Jupiter natally in my first house. It means that I'm going to be enjoying this transit with all of you Cancer risings folks. My natal Jupiter is someplace else. It's in Leo, someplace else. What I do feel like I have to give you a heads up about is the following. If you do not use this energy constructively, so if you don't grow somehow, if you don't learn something new, if you don't take on a new job, if you don't develop your skill set, if you don't travel more, by the way, this is a fabulous year to travel far and wide, have adventures, connect with new cultures, work in international environments, work within a multicultural environment. So if you do not, I repeat, if you do not grow, Cancerians, in a productive direction, Jupiter in the first house can be physically expansive and not necessarily in a good way. I did want to put that on your radar. Jupiter in June, from the beginning of June until the 22nd, it's going to square Saturn and Neptune in your 10th house of career, public status, and public reputation. So your career path is changing. It is transforming. You might be leaving something behind. You might be setting up a new foundation. And Jupiter is saying, come on, it's time to learn something new. It's time to believe in yourself. It's time to outgrow an existing structure that is no longer serving you, or it's maybe time to have enough faith in yourselves, Cancerians, that you can build something long-lasting and enduring, and something that is very strongly aligned with your hopes and dreams and ideals for the future. Not everyone's going to believe in you, Cancerians, and I feel like you're going to get a little bit of a taste of that from the 9th of June, from the first day when Jupiter goes into Cancer until the 22nd. So there could be some bosses, parents, authority figures, partners, business partners that say, What are you on about? Why are you going into this new field? Why are you starting this new job? This is hard. It's going to take you a long time. Or have you thought it through? Or have you thought about all the obstacles? So they might even inadvertently discourage you, not because they don't want what's best for you, but because maybe they're projecting some of their own fears and insecurities onto you. Jupiter is also going to sextile Mars from the 17th, 18th of June. Mars goes into Virgo on the 17th of June. It feels like, let's see how this energy is likely to play out. So it feels like you are eager to learn new things. You are eager to grow in a new direction, and that's going to come with a process of maybe taking classes, taking courses, learning from maybe colleagues, siblings, teachers, maybe people in your local community. I feel like Mars in Virgo is bringing that extra dose of energy channeled in a functional, useful direction from the 17th, 18th of June onwards, as it begins to sextile Jupiter pretty much until the end of the month, but you might feel it to the most until the 25th of the month. Take action. Start taking action. Make a plan. Make a to-do list, if you ask me, especially from the 17th of June until the 25th. Cancerians, make a list of the people that you need to reach out to. Make a list of the people that you need to travel to see. Make a list of the people that you want to collaborate with. Maybe make a list of the people that you want to bring on board if you're starting a new business, let's say. Also make a list of the things that you need to find solutions for if you are dealing with any potential challenges or obstacles. So that is probably one of my favorite transits of the month. Now let's go back to the beginning of the month. This is probably one of my favorite transits of the year. I mean, of 2025, and also of like the first half of 2026 for you Cancerians. Oh, by the way, there is something that I have noticed with Jupiter transiting Cancer in the first house. So for Cancer risings, especially, I have seen a lot of people expand their families, either through marrying into a new family, or through having a child, or through welcoming on board new family members. So that is also something quite common, and that is also something that I've noticed, not just with Jupiter transiting Cancer, but also with Jupiter transiting the first house in general, because from a medical astrology perspective, actually, Jupiter can be very fertile. 1st of June, Moon conjuncts Mars in Leo and trines Venus in your 10th house. This feels like a very active day, a very busy day in the workspace. You might be taking some really inspired action to reach out to someone. It feels like you are maybe also spending some money to improve something from a reputational perspective, not just professionally, but in general. 2nd, 3rd of June, Moon transits Virgo in your 3rd house. I feel like your mind is very busy. You've got a lot on your plate, a lot of phone calls to make, a lot of emails to send. 6th of June, Venus goes into Taurus. We have two benefics very strongly placed this month, which is why June is probably one of my favorite months of the year. Venus transits Taurus from the 6th of June until the 4th of July. This is a fabulous time to meet up with friends, organize community events, bring people together, connect with your tribe, connect with like-minded individuals, attract opportunities to collaborate on projects that you're invested in from a heart perspective, that are aligned with your value system. It's also a great time to make plans with family members and to actually act on those plans. 8th of June, Mercury conjuncts Jupiter in Gemini in your 12th house. I feel like this is a day of an exciting discovery or an exciting mental breakthrough, especially when it comes to your work, traveling, your studies, your academic path, you might discover something. You might find some very, 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 very helpful information. It feels like you've struck gold somehow. You might also have an idea in regards to how to solve something in your life in your sleep. So there could be kind of like messages or insights or aha moments that you have in your sleep, Cancerians. 9th of June, yes, Jupiter goes into Cancer and Venus squares Pluto. I feel like the relationship with a friend is a little bit challenging, a little bit intense. In what sense? Maybe they just want too much from you. Maybe it feels like they're too demanding and too kind of like intense for your taste, I'd say. 11th of June, full moon in Sagittarius, active 3 days before, 3 days after, a culminating point when it comes to your work, your professional life. You're maybe finalizing a project or saying yes to a job, or maybe leaving a job because you've got something else better lined up. This is very exciting because it feels like you are getting an opportunity somehow professionally. That's how I see it. It also feels like someone could leave the workplace, but somehow maybe that's leaving you in a better place than you were beforehand. So maybe there is a job opening within your own company because your manager is leaving. So now you can apply for their job. So even though someone could be exiting your work life, I feel like this is supporting you and growing somehow. You might also feel like you've accomplished a big goal from a health perspective. You've worked hard towards this. It hasn't been easy. You might need to adjust a little bit your goals. Nevertheless, take the win. 15th of June, probably my least favorite day. Mars squares Uranus. Active also, I'm going to say 3 days before, 3 days after. Unexpected expenses, sudden fights or conflicts with a friend potentially, or with a boss, or with a child. And this could be due to differences in values and value system. Disruption of plans that you have made with friends or your child or children or with your loved one is also possible. 17th of June, as I said, Mars goes into Virgo, and it's going to stay there until the beginning of August. So your mind is going to be on fire. You're very driven to tick things off your to-do list, especially things that involve communication, reaching out to people, writing, speaking. You're very kind of like energized when it comes to tackling projects that involve writing or speaking or communication. 21st of June, Sun comes into Cancer in your first house. So it essentially revitalizes you. It recharges your vital force for the next month. 22nd and 23rd of June, Sun square Saturn and Neptune. Okay, so here is where it feels like it's really clear to you who's not 100% seeing your path of growth as optimistically as you are seeing it. So maybe it's a boss, maybe it's a partner, maybe it's a business partner, maybe it's an enemy. like a competitor in the workspace. So maybe someone is saying, oh, you want to come into my field? No, I'm going to undermine you. It's like really hard and you're going to have to go past me. So I feel like you are encountering a little bit of a blocker or a little bit of a wall in terms of your direction of growth. That doesn't mean that you cannot overcome this wall, but it just feels like this is the time when you are aware of it. You might also have a little bit of a clash when it comes to your interaction with an authority figure. You are one type of leader, they are a different type of leader, and I feel like you may bump heads. 24th of June, Jupiter Cazimi, probably one of the luckiest days of the year. Sun conjunct Jupiter, a big opportunity financially coming into your life, a big opportunity job-wise, maybe also a big opportunity when it comes to traveling or when it comes to studies. I would take this opportunity because it looks like it's going to lead to long-term growth, I'd say. And it could lead to long-term growth from a variety of standpoints. Financially, because the Sun is the ruler of your house of income. It could lead to growth from a spiritual perspective, from a philosophical perspective, from an academic perspective. I also feel like your confidence is at a little bit of an all-time high. and I would roll with it. Whatever it is that you feel like maybe gambling a little bit on, and I'm not referring to actual gambling, I'm referring to trying out your luck, especially in the sectors that I've mentioned. I would trust my intuition. 25th of June, new moon in Cancer in your first house, conjunct Jupiter, fresh start when it comes to your life direction, when it comes to your sense of self, your identity. I feel like you're stepping into a new role, you're seeing yourselves in a new light, your relationship with yourselves is evolving in a very, 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 very beautiful, buoyant way. And the new moon is sextiling Mars. You are ready to act on this sort of like newfound sense of self, and you're ready to move forward full speed ahead when it comes to this new role that you're stepping into. 26th of June, Mercury goes into Leo in your second house of income, so your mind moves towards money and financial matters. And 28th of June, also active the day before, Mercury trines Saturn and Neptune. I feel like this can be a very productive day to talk shop, to talk money, to maybe also have practical conversations with bosses, authority figures, business partners, business collaborators. You might actually reach a very lucrative agreement. And also, if you talk about creative projects, it feels like you are on the same page with someone who was maybe initially reluctant. An unexpected expense, maybe, or an expense that you didn't see coming. 29th of June, maybe it's a little bit larger than you thought it would be. Maybe it's your taxes, maybe it's a debt, maybe it's your credit card, I don't know, like rate that has gone up. Also, be very careful what you say, because it can be used against you if you tread into territory that you don't know enough about. So if you start talking, if you start gossiping, or if you start talking about topics that you are not necessarily super educated on, it could backfire. So do be careful and use your words wisely. My dear Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings, June of 2025, what does it have in store for you, Leos? Well, the month kicks off with a Moon Mars conjunction on the 1st of June, obviously, trining Venus. So this day, the 1st of June, is actually really good for physical activities, activities that demand you to take action, to take the lead, to maybe defend someone, to defend something that you believe in. It's also a very, very, very good day, maybe to take a spontaneous, impromptu, maybe trip or book, I don't know, like an impromptu train ticket, or why not a plane ticket, even better, if you ask me. I also feel like you're being very energized and motivated by the interaction with someone who you look up to. 2nd, 3rd of June, moon transits Virgo. You're thinking about money, you're planning, you're organizing your finances, your resources. And 6th of June, probably one of the best transits of the month and maybe even of the year for you. Venus goes into Taurus in your 10th house of career. So Venus is going to stay in this part of your chart all the way until the 4th of July. Leos, this is a fabulous, fabulous, fabulous time for you. In what regards? So it is a fantastic time if you are looking to get a new job, if you're looking to interview, if you're looking to impress someone in a position of power, if you are looking to get a leader, a manager on your side. Relationships with bosses, authority figures, potential employers are likely to go very, very, very well. Relationships with maybe also the mother and in general, just kind of like people that you look up to are likely to experience a tremendous improvement if you have been experiencing any challenges. I'd say I feel like you're very well seen in regards to your kind of like status and your reputation and what you bring to the table. Speaking of status and reputation, to me it looks like this is a good time to focus on not just being in the spotlight, but on shaping the view that others have of you, especially when it comes to your reputation. And I'm especially referring to people who maybe have a business, or people who benefit actively from having a really kind of like good, solid reputation. So this could be a good time to, I don't know, update your website, update your CV, your LinkedIn, upgrade your portfolio. Generally, you're probably going to enjoy being out into the world, your public life. It doesn't matter if you are involved in anything professionally or not, but your public life is going to benefit from this transit. So I would recommend not hesitating to say yes to those invitations, to say yes to maybe, I don't know, going to a conference, to say yes to making a big presentation. So all of that. 8th of June, Mercury conjuncts Jupiter in the 11th house. I like this. This day is fantastic when it comes to collaborative projects, when it comes to working with a group of people on a creative project, potentially, when it comes to making a big presentation to the world, maybe when it comes to launching something to your audience, if you have an audience, especially something that involves writing, speaking, maybe presenting your ideas, but also presenting something that you've put your heart into from a creative perspective. It is a great time, the 8th of June, maybe also the day before and the day after, to attend events, conferences, group type of events, especially if they have like an educational side to them. That would be my preference. And if you need to bring people on your side, if you need to persuade anyone, I feel like you are going to be able to persuade them, because your ideas and your views and your vision is very compelling. You might also get someone reaching out to you and saying, don't you want to be involved with this organization? Don't you want to support us on this on this project, essentially. So it could kind of work out in a few different ways, but for the most part, this is a very nice energy, especially for intellectual matters, collaborative matters, creative matters, educational matters. 9th of June, Jupiter goes into Cancer for the first time since 2014. So Jupiter, the great benefic, is going to be transiting your 12th house from June of this year until June of next year, of 2026. The last time when this happened was between, let's see, June 2013 until July 2014. So have a think about, Leos, have a think about how you grew and how you developed and how you experienced maybe even relief between 2013 2014 when it comes to your mental health, when it comes to clearing out of your life whatever is no longer serving you, when it comes to becoming more aware and knowledgeable and wiser in regards to your blind spots, because Jupiter comes in and says, okay, you've got some growing to do on this front. So throughout the year ahead, the great benefic is very supportive of you expanding your knowledge on your subconscious, your mental health, your blind spots, potentially also maybe feeling ready to overcome certain buried wounds or fears or traumas. You might actually experience a lot of emotional healing throughout this period. Maybe also in regards to topics that feel a bit taboo to address. You might actually want to study something of a spiritual nature. So I would not be surprised if, for example, some people would go to a yoga teacher training retreat. Going on retreats is actually a fabulous thing to do with Jupiter transiting the 12th house. Taking some time off, maybe taking a sabbatical, really enjoying time away from the world and growing through time spent away from the maddening crowd. That can be a theme of this transit. There's also a possibility that there could be some growth happening behind the scenes that is not immediately visible to you, Leos. And this could happen on an emotional level, on a spiritual level, but it could also happen in regards to your passions and hobbies. So you might end up discovering, without necessarily actively looking for it, you might end up discovering that you have a passion for, I don't know, philosophy or tarot or rescuing, maybe, I don't know, like animals. Speaking of rescuing, Jupiter is very generous. And with Jupiter transiting the 12th house, you might actually feel compelled to help others who are suffering, who are in need, to do a lot more charity, to volunteer, to rescue those who cannot rescue themselves. Jupiter will square Saturn and Neptune from the 9th of June until the 22nd. So I feel like there's a little bit of a clash between, on the one hand, you kind of like discovering new philosophies, maybe becoming more kind of like open to different worldviews, different spiritual beliefs, and at the same time you experiencing maybe a little bit of resistance from your existing belief system when it comes to having these experiences or these discoveries and experiencing this sort of like growth that is quite murky to an extent. There is also a possibility that some of your duties and responsibilities when it comes to your studies, your education, maybe when it comes to your legal obligations also, there's a possibility that some of these could get in the way of you relaxing, retreating, I don't know, going to a monastery for some time and just kind of like studying with the monks. So I feel like you have duties in the external world, and they cannot wait. So you might need to find this sort of like sweet spot and find a way to compromise on what you thought you would be doing with Jupiter in the 12th house and what that's actually going to look like. Also, as much as you might be feeling somehow restricted by certain developments happening at a legal level, or maybe happening in your educational life, or maybe happening in your relationship sector, as much as you might be feeling restricted, on the other hand, Jupiter is saying maybe it's time to learn to let go and to not be afraid to just accept what is, to go with the flow, to have faith that this is going to be turning out maybe a lot better than you think it will. I also feel like you're going to have to trust, or maybe it would be good to trust a higher power somehow in helping you be free from something that has been a burden for a long time in your life, even though the practical aspects of what you're dealing with don't necessarily look very positive or don't necessarily look very upbeat. Also, 9th of June, Venus squares Pluto. I feel like there could be some things going on, maybe with a partner. It could be a business partner, it could be a romantic partner, and these developments, these transformations in the partner's life do seem to have an impact on your status and reputation and the way that the world sees you. Or maybe you might just decide to keep these transformations hidden for a while so that they do not affect your public status. 11th of June, full moon in Sagittarius, activating your 5th house, 11th house axis. I mean, I feel like this is going to be a time for celebration, a time of enjoyment, of having fun, of maybe going to a party, maybe also of celebrating the fact that your child, if you have children, has completed one of their maybe educational goals or most important educational chapters. So maybe they're graduating potentially. I feel like it's a little bit of a bittersweet maybe celebration, because on the one hand you're saying, yes, I'm super proud of you, I'm so happy for you, but on the other hand you might be a little bit worried as to what comes next for them. You might be a little bit worried because they're no longer going to be, if they're graduating, they're no longer going to be in the home with you, so you might be dreading a little bit the empty nester stage that you're going into. But for the most part, this does seem to be like really a happy time, a fulfilling time, a successful time for children. And their success might be your success as well. This is also the time when something could take shape from a romantic perspective, especially if you are single. So do not hesitate to go out on dates. Do not hesitate to give love a chance. Sometimes love creeps up on us when we least expect it. Mars is in a nice aspect to the full moon, so I feel like you're energized, you're driven to think and to dream even bigger as a result of what's coming up at the time of this full moon. 15th of June, probably my least favorite time of the month. Active 3 days before, 3 days after. Mars is squaring Uranus. Now, why do I not like this? Essentially, this energy is inviting, for lack of a better word, it's inviting conflict into your life. It's inviting accidents into your life. It's inviting, and it's involving Uranus. It's inviting unpredictable, unexpected, unforeseen breakups, schisms. You might inadvertently trigger someone in the workplace. You might end up in a full-blown argument with them, even though you didn't see this coming, even though maybe it was not your intention for this to happen. I feel like someone's being rigid, you're being rigid, and it can basically turn ugly. In what sense? It might cause a major rupture. Now, sometimes a rupture is necessary. What I don't like about this is that it can also invite physical incidents. So do take it slow at work. Don't rush into anything. Be careful when you use sharp tools. Be careful when maybe even when you drive into work. Don't rush when it comes to driving. It doesn't matter if you miss your deadline. It doesn't matter if you miss a meeting. It's more important to be safe. Speaking of missing something, I feel like plans could change in the workspace, or someone could cancel on you, or there could be an unexpected announcement in your professional life that makes you a little bit angry. 17th of June, Mars goes into Virgo in your house of income until the beginning of August. So you're going to be very driven and motivated to make money. Lots going on in the financial sector. You're going to be hustling. You're like, go, 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 go. But I feel like you're also very motivated to clean up and to organize your financial sector. Sun goes into Cancer 21st of June in your 12th house. I feel like literally for the next month, it could be good to take a little bit of time off. Your energy levels are probably going to go a little bit down because the 12th house is not necessarily jam-packed with life force. Speaking of life force, it is the time of the year to take a break, to rest. It doesn't mean that you have to take a 1 month long break, but if you can take even a few days, that would be great. 22nd, 23rd of June, Sun squares Saturn. I feel like you're potentially feeling a little bit defeated. You're tired, you're feeling a little bit defeated, you're feeling defeated by maybe some sort of a legal development by the law, by an authority figure. You're maybe also feeling defeated by what's going on at a global level, at a collective level. Don't worry. Sometimes things end up working in our favor, even when initially it feels like we are taking a big hit. But I do recommend resting because you seem to be exhausted. 24th of June, Sun conjuncts Jupiter. This could be an unexpected breakthrough, an unexpected dose of good luck coming into your life that opens you up to a few of the following, or like one or several of the following. So unexpected good luck when it comes to finances and investments, and maybe also to someone saving you from a financial pickle. Maybe you're in a pickle. You might end up saving them, and this could actually turn out to be a blessing when it comes to your life as well. This is a great time to be generous because you are inviting a lot of good karma. It is a good time to help someone if you can. It feels like they might be able further down the line to reciprocate it. And I'm not saying do it because they're going to reciprocate it. I'm saying do it if you can, because it's probably going to make you feel very good. It's probably going to make you feel very happy, very confident. And it's probably going to remind you of how much power and protection you have. And also an unexpected dose of good luck when it comes to love, romance, children, very possibly. And as I said, if you're single, love can creep up on you when you least see it coming. 25th of June, new moon in Cancer. Fresh start maybe when it comes to your mental health, when it comes to your spiritual life, when it comes to something that you're doing maybe behind the scenes, something that you've started to explore behind the scenes, maybe that you are genuinely excited about, but that you prefer to keep under lock and key. This could also be the start of a new chapter of cleaning up your life. Clean up your life, streamline it, get rid of what is no longer serving you. You're much more knowledgeable in terms of your blind spots already, I feel. So go. 26th of June, Mercury comes into Leo, into your first house. So I feel like it's making you a lot more eloquent for the rest of the month. And you are getting this kind of like increased level of clarity when it comes to what works and what doesn't work for you in terms of values. 28th of June, and maybe also the day before, Mercury trines Saturn. A great day to take an exam, to travel, to book plane tickets, to apply for, I'm going to say, citizenship, visa, to maybe apply to get into grad school or something along those lines. Your mind is very inspired. You're coming up with both inspired as well as practical solutions to an issue. You might also collaborate very well and get along really, really, really well around this time with someone who works abroad or maybe a colleague that is based abroad. And 29th of June, Mercury opposes Pluto. I feel like you're hyper fixated on something that's going on in the life of a partner, be it a life partner or a business partner, so it doesn't have to be just romantic. You are really trying to dig very deep into this issue, and maybe you're asking a lot of questions. Maybe you don't want to leave any stone unturned. And I feel like this is only making the other person more reluctant to share, so more suspicious of your motives. So sometimes being super kind of like pressing and pushy is not going to get you what you're looking for. So do keep that in mind, Leos. Now Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings. June of 2025. What is going on, my lovely Virgos? Lots of good stuff. Lots of good stuff. So let me start off with the beginning. And I kid you not, this is actually a very, very good month. 1st of June, Moon conjuncts Mars and trines Venus. I feel like you are very active behind the scenes. Maybe you are connecting with someone and you're keeping this under wraps. Maybe it feels like a sort of like secretive thing. Maybe you're also learning something behind the scenes or like testing something out behind the scenes, so you don't necessarily feel confident enough just yet to share it with the outside world. But that doesn't mean that you won't feel confident in the future. Actually, the au contraire. I'm switching between languages. Look at me. It's possible that whatever it is that you try out, whatever it is that you test out initially behind the scenes, you're going to be able to share it with the world soon enough. 2nd, 3rd of June, the moon transits Virgo. So I feel like you're much more in touch with your needs, your feelings, your emotions. And it feels like you're drawn towards focusing on home and family related matters. 6th of June, Venus goes into Taurus. Okay, so this is probably one of the first transits that I'm super excited about when it comes to the month of June. Venus is going to transit its domicile, Taurus, until the 4th of July. What is this a great time for? So it's a great time for you to travel, Virgos. It is a great time to apply for your master's, your PhD, grad school, so anything academically oriented. It is a great time to participate in events, activities that are meant to inspire you, that are meant to broaden your horizons, that are meant to help you gain perspective on your life and help you gain perspective on what is actually meaningful for you. Um, Interactions with foreigners, people from foreign lands, foreign countries, judges, anyone that works in a legal institution, for the most part, they're likely to go really, really smoothly. These people are likely to be very helpful. I feel like there is, however, one exception, the 9th of June, when Venus squares Pluto. This could be the day when, I don't know, maybe it feels like someone's like hiding something from you, or you don't have the full picture of what it is that they're dealing with, and that could get you a little bit annoyed. I feel like this transit is also worth taking note of when it comes to any opportunities or anything that is attracted towards you. So anything that comes towards you, when it comes to opportunities to learn, when it comes to your spiritual life, when it comes to traveling, definitely. Also, when it comes to cultural events, potentially. In some shape or form, it feels like any of these are likely to open up your mind somehow, and probably also connect you with some really nice people. So I feel like that's a plus. 8th of June, Mercury conjunct Jupiter in your house of career. Fantastic news professionally. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic news. It's a great day to make a presentation, share your views, share your opinions, share your insights in a professional environment. I feel like you are incredibly persuasive. If you are interviewing, you're probably going to get the job. If you need to, I don't know, like sign a new client, if you need to bring someone new on board, it looks like, I mean, to me, it looks like you cannot go wrong. Don't be afraid to be vocal. Don't be afraid to say yes to new learning opportunities in the professional space, because these are probably going to contribute to a tremendous career growth in the long term. I also feel like whatever's going on professionally for you is giving you that extra dose of optimism and trust and faith in yourselves, Virgos, around this time. Now is not the time to play it safe. Now is the time to think big, to play it big, to take big chances, to take big leaps of faith from a professional perspective. And you're probably going to be rewarded for that. By whom? By the universe. I feel like it's also quite obvious to you around this time how much you've progressed, both as an individual as well as from a professional perspective. It's very obvious due to how the world sees you. This can also be a time of tremendous increase in status in the world somehow for you, Virgos. And this could have something to do with your career, but it could also have something to do with what's going on in your partnership sector and in your relationship sector. Also, some great news coming from family, very possibly. So things are not looking bad at all, Virgos. 9th of June, the second transit that I'm super, super excited about when it comes to the month of June. Jupiter goes into Cancer in your 11th house for the next year until June of 2026. The last time when Jupiter was transiting Cancer was between June 2013 until July 2014. So Virgos, what can you expect? Jupiter, the great benefic, is probably going to expand your social circle. It is probably going to attract like-minded individuals towards you, your tribe, your people, as they say. Jupiter is probably going to bring opportunities when it comes to collaborative projects. This is a great time to get involved with political organizations, professional organizations. This is also a great time to make new friends, to say yes to any opportunities that friends bring your way, because this can also act in this transit can also manifest in this manner. So the friends that you do have might bring in opportunities and say, come on, I've got this great project for you. And I would say take it, but you obviously have free will, so you don't have to listen to me. Trust your judgment on this front, and do not let fear get in the way, or especially fear of change and of transformation get in the way. This transit can also put the spotlight on big plans for the future together with a partner, maybe with a significant other. It could also put the spotlight on big plans for the future with a professional partner. So you might enter into a very, very lucrative partnership that's probably going to result in growth for everyone involved. I feel like the coast is being cleared up for you to achieve your dreams and your goals. If you have your own business, Jupiter transiting the 11th house is going to be superb for gains from business, because the 11th house is the second house from the 10th. So yes to dreaming big, thinking big when it comes to running your own thing. Jupiter from the 9th of June until the 22nd is going to be squaring Saturn and Neptune in the 8th house. So I feel like as much as something is being like restricted and restrained on the financial front, so maybe you're no longer getting support from someone financially, or maybe you can no longer count on your partner's resources, or maybe your partner's resources are going through a little bit of a tougher time. So maybe, I don't know, your partner has lost their job or something like that. So even though on the one hand, you might be dealing with that sort of like reality, on the other hand, Jupiter is saying, don't let that rain on your parade. Don't let that cause you to dream small. Don't let that get in the way of your dreams. Don't let that get in the way of your big plans. I feel like you can make things work even with this sort of like challenge or issue, or just kind of like new reality when it comes to a financial matter. There's also a possibility that you might be dealing with a new reality when it comes to your work, Virgos. A lot of novelty, stepping into the unknown, a lot of confusion. And Jupiter says, rather than being sucked into a pool of, I don't know, like pessimism or imagining the worst or fearing the change and the transformation, Jupiter says you've got friends, you've got people, you've got big dreams, you've got people on your side, you're going to get help, you're going to be able to manage whatever new reality it is that you are dealing with. So don't let fear be the captain. At the same time, yes, you might have some big dreams and big goals, and I'm all for that. And Jupiter says, yes, you can make them happen. At the same time, if you have any financial obligations, such as having to pay off a mortgage, a credit card, student loan, whatever it is, do take those obligations into account. Because otherwise, it may feel like they interfere further down the line with you fulfilling your dreams. 11th of June, full moon in Sagittarius. Active 3 days before, 3 days after, a culminating point in your home life, in your family life, in your living situation. Some of you could be wrapping up a chapter connected with your home life. Maybe you're moving, maybe you're selling a home, maybe you're moving into a new home. I feel like whatever it is that you are moving towards, whatever it is that you're stepping into, is so much more exciting. I feel like saying this. So if you're selling your home, I feel like you're moving into a better place. You're like, yes, I'm going someplace where my heart is like thrilled to be in. I'm going someplace where I'm gonna be surrounded by friends. Speaking of friends, you might be welcoming friends into your home. You might be celebrating something together with your friends, and I feel like maybe this is either done in your space or maybe in one of their homes. There's also a possibility that you could be achieving a big goal around this time when it comes to your family life, but also maybe when it comes to the property sector. So if you've been trying to, let's see, if you've been trying to save enough money to buy a new house or to buy a house in general, I feel like this is it. You're probably there. You're on the cusp of this happening, but you also need to be very mindful of the fact that this is a long-term commitment, Virgos. Nevertheless, don't let that get in the way of your celebration. A family member could also have a big piece of news to share with you regarding their future. Maybe they're moving to a different country. Maybe they're welcoming a new family member into their home. So I don't know, maybe your sister is getting pregnant or something like that. That's just one possibility. And you might be wondering, okay, this is super exciting, but what does that what does that actually mean in the long term? What does that actually mean in terms of the restructuring that you're going to be experiencing? Time will tell. Time will tell. 15th of June, my least favorite day. I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. I mean, I feel like I said this for all 12 zodiac signs. 15th of June, my least favorite date, but it is for a good reason. Also, pay attention to the maybe like 3 days before, 3 days after the 15th. Mars squares Uranus. So some of your travel plans could go out the window. There could be disruption at the airport. There could be disruption in regards to maybe the state of the world. So, for example, in April, there was this like massive power outage in Spain and in Portugal. So there could be something that goes wrong with the electricity, the power, or something at a technological level that is broken or that falls apart or that maybe is attacked. And that could interfere with your travel plan. So if you can, I would avoid traveling around the 15th of June, give or take a few days before, a few days after. You might also feel like, as much as you're angry at something going on within your school or within your university or within the legal system that you have to deal with, maybe there's not much that you can do about it. So maybe it is more a matter of coming to peace with it and saying, okay, this is it. Let me just learn to live with it, or to fight it in a different way, in not such a direct way. Do be careful if you are traveling when it comes to your possessions, when it comes to your wallet. I would not spend time in dark, unilluminated places. I would not necessarily go out at night. I mean, I don't really like travel too much for you around this time anyway, but if you have to travel, I'm just giving you a little bit of a heads up. 17th of June, Mars goes into Virgo until the 6th of August. Mars is in your first house. It is giving you action, strength, energy, stamina. Go, 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 go. I feel like you are so ready to take action to transform your life, because Mars is the ruler of your 8th house, actually. If you lacked courage to transform things in your life beforehand, worry not. Mars has got your back. This is a fabulous energy to be physically active as well. Also to be very kind of actively involved in educational matters, in matters that involve transformation. I repeat, generally my recommendation is to channel Mars physically. However, also be careful not to burn yourselves out and not to inadvertently put yourself in dangerous situations, like physically dangerous situations. So that also goes for super kind of like basic things, such as handling, I don't know, sharp tools, for example. It doesn't have to be anything like really dramatic. Sun goes into Cancer 21st of June. For the next month, it illuminates your sector of friendship, goals for the future, plans for the future. And 22nd, 23rd, so right after the Sun goes into Cancer on the 21st of June, the Sun is going to square Saturn and Neptune. So I feel like here you are seeing very, very, very clearly what the new reality is going to look like for you financially, work-wise. You might also become aware of some sort of like issues that have been developing under the surface from a health perspective that need to be addressed. And maybe they don't just need to be addressed with like a quick fix. They might need to be addressed with some significant transformation of lifestyle, possibly. 24th of June, Sun conjunct Jupiter in Cancer in your 11th house. I love this. Big breakthrough when it comes to one of your goals. Big success when it comes to one of your goals. Big opportunity when it comes to one of your goals and dreams for the future. You might also make a very sort of like public announcement to your friends, to your audiences, about your relationship sector. Some people, especially people who are in sort of like newish relationships, might make a relationship official or might share with the world the fact that they have some big plans for their relationship sector. This is a great time to say yes to any invitations, to any sort of like social events. It's also a very, very, very lucky time when it comes to a home and living situation and family related matter. If you've taken a leap of faith in this direction, so if you've decided to relocate, for example, it feels like luck is on your side, and that is very, very, very strongly confirmed around the 24th of June. This could also be a very good day for a housewarming party or something along those lines. 25th of June, new one in Cancer, conjunct Jupiter. This is the time to make big plans, big dreams, massive kind of like massively exciting plans for the future when it comes to your relationship sector, your home and family life, business collaborations, maybe also when it comes to collaborations in general. You could be entering a new community. You could also be making a new friend or connecting with some people who are going to be incredibly supportive and useful and beneficial when it comes to your private life, as well as when it comes to maybe working in a one-to-one kind of like setup. The new one is sextiling Mars. You've got great support from friends to do something that requires a lot of courage, and you are ready to take action immediately. So I love, love, love this. Mercury goes into Leo in your 12th house, 26th of June. I feel like for the last few kind of like days of June, maybe it would be a good idea to take some time off, to take a break, to catch your breath. Especially, I want to say around the 29th of June. 29th of June could actually be a time when you need to take a day off of like work or off of your like regular schedule, because I feel like your health is a bit under stress. Your physical body might be under stress. You could actually be exposed to some sort of, I don't know, like bacteria or virus. So I know it's like the middle of like summer, but sometimes people do catch colds at that point in time. This could also be the time, 29th of June, when you find out some sort of like hidden, maybe also a day before and a day after, when you find out some sort of like hidden information connected with your work or maybe with a colleague, maybe something that they've been saying behind your back. So you don't really know, okay, what do I do with this? I would not share the information just yet. I would sit on it because it feels like it could be a little bit of a ticking bomb. So it could have intense sort of like reverberations if you decide to share it far and wide. 28th of June and 27th are actually some really good days to do productive mental work behind the scenes. And that is Virgo. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings. June. What is going on, Libras? So on the 1st of June, we have a Moon-Mars conjunction, trining Venus. This is a fantastic day to go out, to catch up with friends, to have fun, to do something fun and entertaining and maybe even physically demanding, either as part of a group kind of activity. So I don't know, maybe you're going to go out and play football with your friends. You could also do something physically active with your partner, with your significant other. If you're looking to go out on a date, make it, I was about to say, make it not a boring one. Make it something active. So maybe go on an active date, maybe go hiking or go to a, I don't know, like a spinning class. Do people do that? I have no idea. I have absolutely no clue what people these days do for dates. 2nd, 3rd of June, Moon transits your 12th house. I feel like you are busy with some things behind the scenes. Maybe you're sorting things out behind the scenes, or maybe you're just clearing out your, I don't know, your cupboards, your wardrobe. 6th of June. Okay, this is when it starts to get good. Venus goes into Taurus in your 8th house. This is going to be a transit that lasts until the 4th of July. What is this transit good for, Libras? So Venus is in domicile in Taurus. It loves being in Taurus. So this period can be used to clear off, to get rid of some debts. You might also feel like you attract other people's support towards you. So if you need help with anything, if you need someone to open doors for you, metaphorically speaking, if you need someone to intervene on your behalf, if you need someone to act as your agent, you're probably going to get a very, very good agent. Speaking of agents, you might actually decide to enter a lucrative collaboration with someone who is acting on your behalf in some shape or form. This is also a very, very good time to look at your investment sector, and generally Venus, and especially Venus in Taurus. Venus does bring in value, and Taurus is a sign of accumulation. So you might actually see your investments going up in terms of value. Now, this is not financial advice. Please take the advice of your, I don't know, financial advisor, accountant, whoever it is that you talk to about money. It could be a good time to look at passive sources of income and think about how you can maybe maximize these. It's also very possible that your partner, if you have a partner, it's possible that your partner is experiencing some positive developments on the financial front. So maybe they're getting a raise, or maybe they're getting a bonus, and they are keen to share that with you. Now, if you have been experiencing any crises recently, Venus comes in and says, okay, I'm going to make things smoother. I'm going to bring people together if they have fought in the past. I'm going to bring lovers together back again. Speaking of lovers coming back together, Venus transiting the 8th house is a superb time when it comes to intimacy. The 8th house is also the house of intimacy, okay? So take advantage of it. It might make for some really enjoyable times. 8th of June, Mercury conjuncts Jupiter in the 9th house, a great day to book a plane ticket, a great day to apply for your master's degree, a great day to maybe pitch something in the workspace, a great day to travel for work, a great day to reach out to people who are based abroad for work purposes. So maybe you want to secure a collaboration with someone who is based abroad. This is the day to reach out to them. Send that email if you must. It's also a fantastic day to hold a speech. It's a fantastic day to reach out to a professor or to a mentor or to a guide or to a teacher. You might also feel very inspired mentally and intellectually by one of these kinds of people, so mentors, guides, but also by a colleague or coworker. It feels like you're also learning some really good things, some really helpful things about your health sector, let's say, about what is healthy and what is not so healthy maybe for you. And I feel like you are keen to put this information to the test, to put it into practice, Libras. Mercury is going to go into Cancer on the same day in your 8th house. And I have to say, from the 8th of June, 8th, 9th of June onwards, pretty much for the rest of the month, there's going to be a tremendous amount of energy concentrated in your house of career, public status, and public reputation. This is where the other good stuff begins. Libras, 9th of June, all the way until June of 2026. I'm especially referring to Libra risings. Jupiter, the great benefic, is going to transit Cancer in your house of career. Also, the 10th house is the house of public status and public reputation. So what does that mean? It means that for the next year, you're probably going to experience some sort of increase in status. Jupiter brings in growth, opportunity, abundance, prosperity, wisdom, an expansion of our perspective. So with Jupiter transiting this part of your chart, my recommendation would be to think and act big, career-wise, status-wise, reputation-wise, public life-wise. So your reputation is entering a very, very, very good stage, a very, very good chapter of your of its life. Let's say, as if it were like a separate entity, but obviously it's not a separate entity. So your reputation can actually experience massive, massive, massive improvement, and you may literally experience a rise in status in the next year. You can also think about how you grew career-wise, but also reputation-wise, between, let's see, June 2013 until July 2014, because that was the last time when Jupiter transited Cancer in your 10th house. Have a think about what opportunities professionally also came your way around that time. Have a think about what sort of leap of faith maybe you had the chance to take professionally approximately 12 years ago, because Jupiter transits one part of our chart once every 12 years. So this is not a chapter to gloss over. If you want to rise professionally, if you want to rise from a status perspective, now is your time to do so. Now, how can you do that? Jupiter rules your 3rd house and your 6th house. So you can do that through work, through accepting a new job, through learning how to do new things, through taking on maybe a new role in within your company, through maybe entering into a new industry altogether, through signing up to new classes, new courses, and through developing your emotional intelligence. So that is how you can rise. Jupiter is essentially going to bring really good times career-wise anyway. So if you decide to do none of these things, you might just feel like it's a really positive kind of chapter that you're entering into professionally after you've experienced a lot of turmoil and turbulence and frustration as of September of 2024 until probably April of this year. So Jupiter comes in and says, okay, now is the time for the good stuff. I also have to say this, Jupiter is considered to be the planet of good luck. So it brings good luck. It brings, to an extent, protection. It brings benefits. It's a benefic. It's an auspicious energy. However, we also need to believe in it in order for all of these gifts to materialize in our life. So what does that mean? It means that if you basically do nothing in the direction of growth and expansion, either professionally or status-wise, then this might just feel like a time when you get along well with bosses and you have a good relationship with authority figures, which is also, I mean, it is a good thing. It's an important thing, but I always recommend working with Jupiter proactively. Now, Jupiter in a water sign or in an earth sign can also attract things towards us. So if you feel like the career opportunity, the career growth finds you rather than you finding it, then maybe your job is to take that leap of faith, as I have flagged previously, Libras. Now, Jupiter is going to square Neptune and Saturn in Aries from the 9th of June until the 22nd. Not everyone is going to be on board with your growth, with your leaps of faith, with your expansion professionally. What does that mean? It means that maybe you're going to have to grow despite a partner no longer supporting you. Maybe you're going to have to grow despite a partner having a tough time and maybe finding it hard to believe that things can go so well for you. I feel like you might also grow in a very kind of like controlled way, because as much as you might want to forget about restrictions and obligations, I feel like you do still have some obligations, some duties, some responsibilities towards maybe a significant other, maybe towards one of your children, maybe towards a family member in general. So maybe that brings a tiny little bit of an element of like fear and control when it comes to this leap of faith that I see you being nudged to take in the year ahead from a professional perspective. Jupiter is also going to be in a harmonious aspect from the 17th, 18th of June with Mars transiting through Virgo. I feel like if you're planning some sort of big move career-wise, or in terms of your status and reputation, or in terms of your studies, you might be doing a lot of acting behind the scenes. I also feel like some people who are trying to sabotage you might inadvertently from the 17th, 18th of June onwards until the end of the month, but especially until the 25th, some of these people might inadvertently help you rise, help you grow, help you be seen in a very, very good light, I'd say. I also feel like you're going to have some sort of support behind the scenes with Mars in Virgo. Speaking of Mars and Virgo, Mars is still going to be in Leo until the 17th of June, and then it goes into Virgo in your 12th house until the beginning of August, until the 6th of August. So Mars transiting Virgo is going to have you put a lot of action into doing things behind the scenes, cleaning things up behind the scenes, maybe also taking action behind the scenes when it comes to your career, when it comes to your money or finances. I would be careful not to squander money, however. I would be careful to get your kind of like ducks in the row financially. There could also be, if you're signing up to anything, there could be financial expenses that are not necessarily immediately obvious or visible or clear in terms of their magnitude. So if you are signing up for anything, do read the small print, the fine print. And with Mars transiting the 12th house, I feel like from the 17th of June onwards, sometimes it could be a little bit harder to relax, a little bit harder to like sleep properly, but that could also be due to the increased level of enthusiasm that you're experiencing. Now let me go back in time. Full moon, 11th of June in Sagittarius, activating your 3rd house, 9th house axis. I feel like some of you could be wrapping up a class, a course. You could be wrapping up your studies. Maybe you're taking a big exam. You're probably going to pass. I'm just going to say it. I mean, you're maybe stressed, but don't worry. I feel like you're probably going to pass. I feel like your knowledge is going to be tested in a public way. Maybe you're going to have to speak publicly. Maybe you're going to have to make a public presentation in the workspace. This would also be the time when you maybe have to travel for work or to meet with a client who is based abroad, or you might feel like you have to learn how to deal with someone in the professional space that comes from a different culture. So do be sensitive in this regards. There could be some big news making their way to you from your siblings' side. Maybe they have some big announcement concerning their career. Maybe they're entering a new chapter from a professional perspective. Nevertheless, I feel like whatever it is that you are engaging in, be it education-wise, travel-wise, conversation-wise, as much as you're maybe a little bit on edge because you don't know what to expect from other people, things are probably going to turn out very, very nicely in alignment with your plans and goals for the future. My least favorite day of the month is the 15th of June, active. This energy that I'm going to share with you, what it's all about. It's active also 3 days before, probably 3 days after. Mars is squaring Uranus. There could be an unexpected fight or conflict that you find yourself embroiled into with a friend, probably. I mean, it could be with a friend, but it could also be with a partner, and it could be with a partner over a friend or a friend over your partner. I feel like there could also be some sort of like big secret, big reveal in regards to a partner or a friend or a collaborator that is coming to the surface that you're not super thrilled about. And I'm not gonna lie, some friendships might fall apart around this time. I'm gonna say it. 21st of June, Sun goes into Cancer, further illuminating your house of career for the next month and public status and public reputation. There's a lot of focus for you when it comes to where your energy is drawn towards. There's a lot of focus on your public life and on being somehow kind of like visible to the outside world. 22nd, 23rd of June, Sun squares Saturn and Neptune in your house of relationships. I feel like as much as your star is on the rise professionally and status-wise, Libras, at the same time, it's becoming like super obvious to you who is going to be a little bit of a burden in this process. Is it going to be a family member? Is it going to be your partner? Who is going to be also the naysayer, the one that is gonna make you doubt your instinct and your intuition? I also feel like you're becoming aware of who is super like self-focused focused somehow in your life, and it could actually be someone really, really close to you. And as much as you want to share things and bring them on board and work with them and have them be part of the big plan of growth that you've got, they seem to see things in a very sort of like narrow way, and they are on their own path and on their own journey, and they might not be able to grow with you. I'm just saying that. Probably one of the luckiest days of the month, 24th of June. Oh my gosh. Probably one of the luckiest days of the year, Sun conjunct Jupiter. Big success, big breakthrough, big opportunity, like a massive sort of like door opening up for you, Libras, in the professional space. I feel like you are incredibly visible. You are receiving applause. You're receiving attention. There is this sort of like big door opening up for you. I do feel like you have grown tremendously already in terms of self-worth and in terms of the level of confidence that you've got in regards to what you can accomplish career-wise. And 25th of June, new moon in Cancer. So fresh start when it comes to your career path. Maybe you're stepping into a new role, a new job, maybe into a new industry altogether. Fresh start maybe also when it comes to your status and reputation in the world. Maybe you're launching your big website, your business. Maybe you're launching your book, whatever it is, Libras. This new moon sets the scene for growth at a completely different level. Do take advantage of this time. I feel like I keep on saying this, but it's so important, so important. 26th of June, Mercury goes into Leo in your 11th house of friends and goals and plans for the future. And on the 28th, it's going to trine Saturn. So this can be a time of a very kind of like productive conversation unfolding. It feels like someone could give you some really good practical ideas as to how you can achieve your goals for the future, maybe make you aware of some potential blind spots. 29th of June, on the other hand, some concerning, not so fun information coming to the surface, coming to your attention when it comes to a friend or a child or a loved one. When I say a child, I mean one of your children. I feel like you could also have a really, really intense conversation about a topic that the other person just doesn't want to let go of or like drop. As much as you might want to, I don't know, move away from it, they're like, no, they're drilling down and they're pushing extra hard. And I don't feel like anything good is going to come out of it. So you do with that what you wish, Libras. Scorpios, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. My lovely Scorpios. June, what's happening? What is going on? Okay, so I have some big things that I want to share with you, but give me just 1 second. Okay, so I'm going to start off. I know some people are not going to like it, but I'm going to start off with Jupiter transiting Cancer. This is probably one of the transit that I am looking forward to the most this year, this decade. I mean, I'm a Cancer rising, not that you need to know that. Jupiter is going to transit its sign of exaltation from the 9th of June until June of 2026. What does that mean for you, Scorpios? Brace yourselves in the best of ways for a year of growth when it comes to your worldview, your life philosophy, your belief system. Be prepared for your mind to be blown and for your perspective to expand tremendously when it comes to the meaning of life, when it comes to your connection with the divine. I would not be surprised if you embarked upon a journey of connecting with the divine, connecting with the source of creation in a new way. You might also feel very, very inspired to immerse yourselves in a different culture. Speaking of different cultures, you are entering a year of significant opportunities and possibilities when it comes to traveling. So if you wanted to travel the world, if you wanted to, I don't know, go to your dream destination this year, June 25 to June 26 is it. There's probably going to be plenty of travel. Jupiter is going to bring an abundance of opportunities to travel, an abundance of opportunities to grow from a philosophical and spiritual perspective. It might also attract in your life mentors, guides, teachers, and they don't have to wear that label. They could just be regular people. People who are going to help you see life from a different standpoint. And people who are going to help you believe in, I was about to say, the goodness of the universe and of the world that we live in. And I realize as I'm saying it out loud that I'm speaking to Scorpio, who is already very strongly attuned to the darker aspects of human nature. And that doesn't mean that you are dark in any shape or form, but that means that you probably have firsthand knowledge of how disturbed, how mean, how bad actually people can be. But I feel like Jupiter transiting your 9th house for the next year is going to restore your faith in humanity and bring a lot of traveling with it. This is also a fantastic time for you Scorpios to embark upon a new academic journey, a new academic adventure. So if you wanted to enroll on a master's degree or sign up for your PhD, Jupiter is going to clear the coast for you. So now is the time to do so. It is also the ruler, Jupiter, of your 2nd house and of your 5th house. What does that mean? It means that you can expand your income in the year ahead, especially if you get involved with people from different countries, different cultures, if you work in a multicultural environment, if you learn new things, if you market yourselves more, if you share your story with the world. Jupiter is also the ruler of your 5th house, so you might actually learn a lot from children or play the role of the teacher, the mentor, or the coach for children throughout this year. And this can actually bring increased opportunities, good luck, and an increased sense of meaning and purpose in your life. Now, Jupiter will square Saturn and Neptune 9th of June until the 22nd. You might feel it the whole month, but I have to flag this. By the way, I have to mention that Jupiter in Cancer can also bring more money, but it's important to really kind of like change your perspective upon money and abundance if you want to make the most of this. To think bigger, to think differently. Jupiter squaring Saturn and Neptune, especially from the 9th until the 22nd, is saying yes. It's time to grow, it's time to travel, it's time to learn new things, it's time to connect with a higher power, it's time to make more money. But you do have some duties and obligations on a day-to-day basis, maybe in the workspace. You need to be aware of, I don't know, the fact that you have like a 9-to-5 job, and what are you going to do? Are you going to take a sabbatical? Are you going to take unpaid leave off of work if you want to travel the world? My massive recommendation is also to not forget about your duties and obligations when it comes to your health. So health is going to require a lot of attention from you. In what sense? You're going to have to be disciplined. I'm just going to say it. You're going to have to like build a new foundation health-wise. And that sometimes is going to be boring. That sometimes might feel like it's dimming down a little bit this sort of buoyant energy that Jupiter in Cancer is bringing into your life. I feel like sometimes work and health related obligations are potentially going to get in the way of your big plans, but maybe that says to you that you need to set up a new foundation on a day-to-day basis in your life, Scorpios. Maybe it's time to work for yourselves finally. Just saying. Jupiter will be in a sextile to Mars from the 17th, 18th until pretty much the end of the month. But especially until the 25th of June. Mars in Virgo is going to be transiting your 11th house. I have to say this, friends believe in you. They want to help you achieve these sort of like big dreams that you have, maybe when it comes to your studies, maybe when it comes to broadening your horizons. I feel like also when you work together with other people, when it comes to your academic goals, when it comes to maybe even your spiritual goals, when you work together with other people, when you're part of a community, you see practical, concrete, immediate results. So do not hesitate to maybe join a spiritual community, or do not hesitate to become more active within a community that you have a strong affinity with. And also, don't hesitate to reach out to people who can teach you sort of like the practical ins and outs of what you're looking to accomplish. Maybe they have some like very valuable pragmatic insights, let's say. And now I'm going to go back in time. Scorpios, 1st of June. I apologize if this is very frustrating for you. I know some people don't like me when I jump from one transit to the other, but I had to give a shout out to Jupiter in Cancer. I just had to. I'm so excited about this. Oh, by the way, one last thing with Jupiter transiting your 9th house. If you wanted to apply for foreign residency, visa, citizenship in a different country other than your country of origin, Jupiter says yes. So do kick off the process. 1st of June, Moon conjunct Mars is trining Venus. I feel like you're very productive in the workspace. You're brimming with energy, with enthusiasm, with ideas. Work collaborations are going really, really well, especially if you are in charge. 2nd, 3rd of June, the moon is transiting your 11th house. I feel like you're reaching out to friends, your friends are reaching out to you. You're also thinking about the practical implications of your goals and plans for the future, maybe making lists, maybe organizing things. 6th of June, Venus goes into Taurus in your 7th house of relationships. I feel like you really deserve this transit, Scorpios, after some headaches in the relationship sector with obviously like Venus retrograde and so on. Venus transiting Taurus from the 6th of June until the 4th of July is very supportive when it comes to the following. Dating, and you don't have to be single to date. You can date your partner, your significant other, so do make time for romance. It does feel like the relationship with a significant other is improving tremendously throughout this transit. Venus brings a sense of relaxation, a softening. Partners are likely to be a lot more accommodating, much more eager to please. There is a possibility, however, that around the 9th of June, you might find out that they've maybe hidden something from you. And there's a chance around the 15th of June, a few days before, a few days after, that you might get into an explosive fight. But I'm sorry. I have to deliver also the not so pleasant news. Venus, however, is going to be in your 7th house of relationships for pretty much the entirety of June from the 6th onwards. So I feel like it's important to remember that if something frustrates you, if something annoys you in regards to a partner, maybe a life partner, maybe a business partner, things can be resolved harmoniously and peacefully and without throwing a temper tantrum. Just saying. 8th of June, Mercury conjuncts Jupiter in your 8th house. I feel like this could be a day of good news in regards to debts, taxes, loans. Maybe you succeed in making like a big payment towards your credit card. Maybe there's also good news in regards to interest rates when it comes to loans, mortgages, and things like that. You might also hear some good news from your financial advisor. Let's say if they're looking after your investments, they might say, okay, your investments are looking much better than they have this year. Mercury goes straight into Cancer also on the same day. I did want to mention, however, on the 8th of June, if you have like some sort of big idea around how to solve a problem in your life, how to get out of a crisis, write it down, talk it out with someone. I feel like it is a very, very good idea. It's also possible that the conversation with someone can spark that sort of aha moment and you realize, oh, I've been dealing with this problem and this is how I can fix it. This is how I can get out of this sticky place. 11th of June, full moon in Sagittarius, activating your financial axis. Great news financially. I mean, you're either receiving a payment, a big payment, you're making a big payment, but I feel like you're really happy with this. You might be receiving a raise. You might be welcoming in an important source of income. Maybe it has something to do with I don't know, like a client that is based abroad, or maybe it involves you traveling more. If you have asked for a raise, I repeat, overall, it feels like things are looking really good from a financial perspective. It's also possible that things happening globally or things happening in the legal sector are impacting in a good way your finances. So not all the sort of like big news from a legislation perspective are bad. I mean, I feel like there's been quite a bit of that this year in 2025 with all sorts of like announcements that have destabilized the economy and so on. And I'm sure people have to some extent maybe felt the impact of that. I feel like we're having the reverse now, Scorpios. I feel like whatever's going on is saying, yep, you're gonna make more money, which I believe is quite cool. You might also be making a big payment towards your studies or towards a big trip. You're happy to make this payment by the looks of it. So again, I like it. 15th of June, I did mention Mars squaring Uranus. This energy is also active 3 days before, 3 days after. My least favorite time because there could be sudden, unexpected fights, unexpected conflicts that escalate more than they have to. If you're trying to impose your will upon someone, you're probably not going to get your way. If you try to turn them into a friend, if you try to turn them into an ally, you are much more likely to see a positive response from them. But if you just try to like force something onto them because you're the boss or because you know better or because you are very adamant about what you want, this person seems to be very rebellious and very attached to their unconventional ways. So you're probably only going to end up irritating them a lot more and irritating yourself as well. There is a possibility that a business partnership could fall apart around this time. I don't necessarily see that as something to like worry about that much, but I have to mention it regardless. 17th of June, Mars transits Virgo in your 11th house until the beginning of August. A lot of energy that you're placing into your goals, your plans for the future. You're very practical. You're reaching out to the right people. I also feel like your social life is going to be very, very active, and you're maybe taking on the role of the planner, the organizer. I would not be surprised. Sun goes into Cancer 21st of June. It illuminates even more than it already has been illuminated. Your 9th house of long distance traveling, foreign lands, foreign countries, visas, connecting with people from different cultures. And 22nd, 23rd, the Sun is squaring Saturn and Neptune in the 6th house. There might be some legal difficulties that you're facing at work, or maybe some issues that stem from different sort of like cultural backgrounds. So maybe you're dealing with someone, with a client or with a colleague who comes from a different cultural background, and you don't really know how to like navigate this. If you're starting work in an international environment, or if you're working in an international environment, this could be literally a time of significant frustration when you're not, it's a couple of days when you're not making a lot of progress because they do things differently and you don't really know how things are done, and how you need to adapt your tactics. Let's say the problem might be that you're a little bit in a rush, but I feel like you're not going to be able to accelerate the process. So you just need to like do things in their time. 24th of June, massive breakthrough, opportunity, chance, good luck when it comes to travel, academic sector, the legal sphere, visas, foreign sort of like residency, big success when it comes to maybe a trial, I'd say. A door is opening up for you, and you seem to see things very, very clearly, Scorpios, when it comes to the meaning of life, when it comes to what's truly meaningful and important. This would also bring a really exciting opportunity professionally that involves a lot of traveling, or that involves working in a multicultural international environment. A lot of hope, a lot of faith, a lot of trust in God, divinity, the future, however you wanna look at it. Is this a great time to launch a marketing campaign? Yes, it is. I know it might feel like it's got nothing to do with all the other topics that I've mentioned, but funnily enough, the ninth house is also the house of marketing and advertising. So if you want to launch a big marketing campaign promoting your new business, this is the time to do so. If you want to publish something, also the time to do so. And you're also incredibly inspired. You're inspired by I want to say people who think big, who dream big, and people who kind of like trust their instinct and their intuition around this time. New Moon in Cancer, 25th of June, you might be starting off a new chapter when it comes to your connection with foreign lands, foreign countries, when it comes to maybe working with people based abroad. Maybe you are starting the process to apply for your citizenship, your visa, your green card, or something along those lines. Maybe you're welcoming into your life a new source of inspiration, a new coach, a new mentor. It feels like you are starting to learn new things, but not necessarily practical skills. You're starting to learn how you can look at life differently. So it feels like this new moon has a very philosophical side to it. Mercury goes into your house of career on the 26th of June, so your mind's going to be very focused on professional matters, career-related matters. 28th of June and even the 27th, Mercury trines Saturn and Neptune. I feel like you are achieving some sort of significant outcome in the professional space that required a lot of focus, a lot of concentration. It feels like your mind is focused, your mind is concentrated. You put a lot of effort into this. Now you're finally getting it over the finish line. It feels like you are also finding some really good practical, but at the same time creative solutions to problems in the workspace. 29th of June, Mercury opposes Pluto. I feel like parents or generally family members might have some opinions, some thoughts, and some things to say that really rub you the wrong way. And this could have something to do with your career choices, maybe your status, your reputation in the world. It could also have something to do with your plans for the future. I feel like you're talking around the 29th, maybe even like 30th of June, you're talking about the transformations that you're planning to engage in professionally, and maybe not everyone on your family side is on board or is convinced that this is the right approach, but that's okay. That doesn't mean that you're making a mistake. And that is Scorpio. My dear Sagittarius, Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings. June of 2025. What is going on in the sky and in your lives, Sagittarians? Well, the month kicks off with the moon conjunct Mars on the 1st of June, trining Venus in your 5th house. So this is actually a really good day to be physically active, to have fun, maybe to do something fun and entertaining with the kids. If you have kids, it would be a really good day to book a trip, an impromptu trip potentially. It's also a really enjoyable day overall if you manage to channel the energy somehow sort of like physically and actively. So I don't necessarily recommend, I don't know, just like lying down and having a good rest. No. Be active, play some sports, some games. That's what I recommend. 2nd, 3rd of June, the moon will be transiting Virgo. You're going to be busy. The moon is transiting your 10th house of career. 6th of June. Okay, so Venus, planet of pleasure, of enjoyment, of relationships, is going to go into Taurus, in your house of day-to-day work and health. Now, Venus is going to stay in this part of your chart, especially for Sagittarius risings, from the 6th of June all the way until the 4th of July. Venus is in domicile in Taurus. What does that tell me? It tells me that you're probably going to really enjoy the work that you're doing from the 6th of June until the 4th of July. You might feel like relationships with colleagues, coworkers, clients are functioning very, very smoothly. If you need any help on the work front, you're probably going to get it. You just have to ask. If you are looking to attract new clients, or if you're looking to attract a job, I love this transit. I also love this transit for those of you who need to tap into your artistic resources from a professional perspective, because Venus is going to bring inspiration. Venus is also going to bring pleasure when it comes to looking after yourselves, when it comes to taking care of your body, when it comes to going to the gym, for example, or going to yoga. I mean, Venus transiting Taurus is more like a yoga transit than a heavy lifting transit. But essentially, any sort of like health related activities or procedures or steps that you're taking are probably going to go very smoothly, and things are really enjoyable on that front as well. 8th of June, Mercury conjuncts Jupiter in the 7th house of relationships and partnerships. You might also feel this energy the day before and potentially the day after, but especially the day before. This is fantastic for signing business contracts. I was about to say professional contracts, but it's pretty much the same thing. It is a fantastic day to learn from someone, to learn from a mentor, to learn from someone that you look up to. It is a really good day to reach out to a potential partner, to reach out to a potential mentor, to a potential guide. It's also a very, very good day to reach out to a potential employer. It does feel like you have a way with words on this day, like I said, and maybe also the day before. It also feels like you are having some really positive, uplifting conversations around this time. With whom, you might ask? With partners, be them life partners or business partners. So it could be your spouse, it could be your accountant. You might have some really positive conversations also with bosses, employers, authority figures, maybe parents, especially the mother. I feel like you are on the same page with someone, you're agreeing on something that feels very exciting and uplifting. I feel like it's sort of like two-way street. So you are somehow kind of like enlightening them and they are enlightening you. They're giving you ideas. This is also a very, very good time for brainstorming, especially when it comes to professional matters. Also, right on the 8th of June, after Mercury conjuncts Jupiter, Mercury goes into your 8th house in Cancer. 9th of June, Jupiter follows Mercury. Now, Jupiter is going to go into Cancer for the next year. And the last time when Jupiter transited Cancer was between, let me just double check so that I'm not mistaken, so that I don't give you the wrong information. So the last time when Jupiter transited Cancer was between June 2013 until July 2014. Now, my lovely Sagittarians, Jupiter is your chart ruler. So this transit is going to feel, especially for Sagittarius risings, it's going to feel extra significant, extra important, let's say. You are kicking off a year-long chapter of transformation. I feel like you are tapping into some of your hidden, buried, or possibly untapped potential up until this point. How? Through facing maybe some of your fears, through experiencing a process of rebirth in some shape or form in your lives. You might be experiencing a process of rebirth from an emotional perspective, but also from a physical perspective. So you might decide that you are going to take care of yourselves in a completely different way. You might decide that you are ready to kind of like dig deep and uncover maybe any sort of like sources of suffering or illness or disease, and really kind of work with them. I feel like this work is happening at a sort of very profound emotional level, as well as physical. So even if you've decided that you're going to work on the physical side, I feel like it's not going to be just that. You might also experience a process of rebirth in the year ahead through stepping into a completely new reality when it comes to your home life and family life and living situation. Now, what does that mean? For some people, that could mean moving. That could mean relocating. That could mean becoming parents. By the way, Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. I mean, this is not enough. Like Jupiter in Cancer on its own is not enough to mean pregnancy. But if you are welcoming a new family member, like I said, if you're welcoming your first child, then clearly you're going to go through a process of complete transformation on a personal level and also in terms of lifestyle. Your lifestyle in your home life and your family life is probably going to see a massive dramatic shift, I would say. So I would be prepared for things to change. Jupiter brings wisdom, perspective, opportunity, and blessings, and you're probably going to see the blessings and the learnings and the wisdom coming from some really radical shifts that are happening in your life. So through some, I don't necessarily want to call them crises, because when people hear the word crises, they sort of like flare up and they're like, like something's bad gonna happen. I'm like, no. Doesn't mean, I mean, let's say you have a kid, let's say you get pregnant. So that's obviously, I mean, like in its essence, it's a good thing. But is it likely to shake things up for you emotionally? Absolutely. Are there blessings there? Is there massive growth there? Is there the opportunity to expand into something and someone more than you have been so far? Yes, and yes. I do believe you're growing tremendously from a psychological perspective in the year ahead. The other thing that Jupiter can bring is an expansion in your 8th house of one of the following over the next year: of your partner's resources if you are with someone. So your spouse could get a raise, for example. It can bring you money from other people. So if you're applying for a scholarship or for a mortgage, for example, Jupiter says yes. It can also bring an expansion of the intimate connection that you have with someone. Now, Jupiter from the 9th of June until the roughly 22nd is going to be squaring Saturn and Neptune in the 5th house. So I feel like there's this sort of tension between an area of your life expanding, so an area that involves transformation, and what's going on in the 5th house sector. So I feel like potentially this process of expansion is maybe causing you to take your focus a little bit off of some of the duties, the responsibilities, the sort of like expectations that exist in your life in the children's sector, but also maybe when it comes to, I want to say your creative projects, if you ask me. There's also a possibility that you might need to kind of accommodate two different things happening at the same time, Sagittarian. So on the one hand, let's say your wisdom when it comes to psychological depth growing and expanding, and on the other hand, you might need to come to terms with the fact that maybe you're going to have less time. Saturn brings restrictions. You're going to have less time to spend on some of your old passions, some of your old hobbies, some of the old projects that you invested a lot of your heart into, okay? I also believe it's a time to make some important decisions, if you ask me, Sagittarians, and something will have to give. You're going to have to sacrifice something that is connected maybe with passions, hobbies, maybe potentially with the time that you spend with children also. You may need to sacrifice that in order to grow in a different direction in your life. So that is very much a possibility. The good news, Jupiter is going to be in a sextile to Mars from the 17th, 18th until pretty much the end of the month, but you might feel it the most until the 25th. So Mars is coming in a little bit later down the line, and it is offering Jupiter this sort of like increased level of courage, of boldness. It's probably bringing you some actionable tools to help you manage the transformation that's happening in your life. So you're getting support. 11th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a full moon in Sagittarius. Dun, 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 dun. Big culminating point, Sagittarians, on a personal level, but also when it comes to your interactions with others. I feel like you're experiencing a shift in terms of life direction. I feel like you're experiencing a shift in terms of your relationship with yourselves. I feel like you're experiencing a shift in terms of finally being ready to reset your lives, to reinvent yourselves. Jupiter is going to be in a nice aspect to Venus and Taurus in your 6th house. So I feel like you are keen and eager to step into this new role, to step into this new sort of like sense of self. You might be keen and eager to take action when it comes to transforming your relationship with your body. So you might feel ready to implement some really beneficial habits. At the same time, Jupiter will be squared by Saturn and Neptune. So I feel like some people maybe are not going to offer you the full-blown support that you expected them to offer. It could be siblings. It could be some loved ones, I'd say. I do also feel like the relationship sector is going to be in the spotlight as well. So as you are ready to reinvent yourself, Sagittarians, as you're ready to transform your lives, you might be taking stock of some of the people that are in your life and say, let's see. Are you here to stay or should you go? 15th of June, this is probably my least favorite day of the month. You might feel this energy also a couple of days before and a couple of days after the 15th of June. Mars is going to square Uranus. Now, to me, this says sudden conflict at work or something breaking apart, something falling apart at work. It could be something technological. It could be something digital. It could be the Wi-Fi. It could be someone's laptop. I would make sure to save and have backups when it comes to your work so that if, God forbid, something happens, then at least you are prepared. This energy can also bring a sudden change of plans when it comes to potentially the way in which you thought a work project would unfold. Now it has to unfold differently because maybe someone's leaving in your team, in the workplace. Maybe a client is leaving. Maybe a client all of a sudden wakes up in the morning and says, I have completely different demands. Now, maybe there is something shifting from a legislation perspective. If you needed to travel for work, I would not expect things to go smoothly. I would expect maybe a postponement, a cancellation, or a delay. 17th of June until the beginning of August, Mars will be going into your 10th house of career. You're going to be very driven, very motivated to take action professionally. A lot of your energy is going to go in this direction. You are kind of like all systems go on the professional front. You might also be in really high demand in your public life. So maybe there's going to be opportunities to be active in public, so get involved with all sorts of public sort of like projects, community projects, and so on. I also believe you might need to defend yourselves publicly sometimes throughout this transit from people who are taking a little bit of a stab at your reputation. So you might feel like you have to step up and say, hey, that's not nice. But you're probably not going to be that nice in your wording. 21st of June, the Sun joins Jupiter and Mercury in Cancer in your 8th house. So it's going to illuminate the sector of transformation for the next month, of other people's resources, mortgages, debts, loans, and so on. 22nd and 23rd, the Sun will square Saturn and Neptune. I feel like you are seeing things very, very clearly in regards to what needs to change, what needs to go through a shift when it comes to your passions, your hobbies, your creative projects, your romantic life potentially, but maybe also when it comes to some really sort of like practical matters concerning children for those of you who have kids. Sun conjunct Jupiter in Cancer in your 8th house on the 24th of June, probably one of the luckiest days of the year. We have a Jupiter Kazemi. This can bring a really, really exciting opportunity, my dear Sagittarians, when it comes to investments, when it comes to maybe some really sort of like good news, some really good project coming your way. I want to say potentially something that involves working with other people, maybe that involves traveling. It does feel like it's really, really clear to you around this time that the steps that you've been taking to transform your life, to transform your home life potentially, the steps that you've been taking are it. They are good for you. They are exactly what needed to be done in order to kind of access more of who you can be in this lifetime. I would be, however, obviously cautious. This is not financial advice when it comes to overestimating how well something is going to pay off from an investments perspective. If you are working in any sort of like sphere that involves commissions, that involves you getting paid a percentage of something, then this period around the 24th of June, maybe also day before and day after, can bring you a really, really, really good commission. At the same time, it can also bring really good news when it comes to potential investors, you getting a scholarship, insurance, things of this type. New Moon in Cancer on the 25th of June, in the same part of your chart, conjunct Jupiter. We see some significant growth here on the shared resources front. This could also bring a new beginning when it comes to a new mortgage, for example. There could also be a reset of how you handle finances and resources together with a partner, be it your spouse, be it maybe your business partner. So it's a really nicely aspected new moon. It is, however, in a house that is not necessarily the easiest. It's happening in the 8th house, especially for Sagittarius risings. So I feel like there's still some sort of like sticky points that need to be figured out. So just make sure that you are shining a light on all the nooks and crannies and like terms and conditions so that you don't bump into issues further down the line. 26th of June, Mercury goes into Leo in your 9th house, so you're going to be thinking about big picture stuff, traveling, the meaning of life, and so on. And 20th of June, Mercury trines Saturn and Neptune. I feel like you've got some really good sort of like creative ideas. You've also got some really practical ideas as to how to handle some maybe matters that have been plaguing you, that have been giving you headaches when it comes to finances, when it comes to maybe resources, when it comes to resources that you wanted to allocate towards fun stuff, towards entertaining stuff. And now it feels like, I see it. This is what I need to do. This is where I can find the money. This is where I need to maybe collaborate with. 29th of June, however, Mercury opposes Pluto. Some tricky conversations, I want to say. You might hit a sore spot for someone without necessarily trying to, without necessarily intending to. You might find out a secret, you might poke the bear, as they say, and the other person might have some really intense reactions. They might try to like push back on what you're saying, but it really feels like they might have been triggered in some shape or form. One thing that I want to mention, if you're traveling on the 29th of June, I really would love for you to keep a very, very close eye on, I don't know, the travel announcements, the notifications on your phone for like flight delays and things like that, because there may be some changes that are happening without you necessarily taking note of them, and you potentially might end up missing your flight or something of that type. That is Sagittarius. Now let us move on to my lovely Capricorns. Capricorn suns and Capricorn risings. Capricorns, give me 1 second. I need to hydrate myself. Keep myself hydrated. So my dear Capricorns, the month kicks off with a moon in Leo conjunct Mars and trining Venus. Now, I like this energy because it can be a really enjoyable, exciting, fun energy if you spend time at home with loved ones, maybe with family, maybe with your significant other, and you do something exciting, something active. Maybe you play a game in the backyard. Maybe, I don't know, you play another kind of game, you know, like the romantic kind, something like that. I also feel like you can get a lot done around the house together with someone else at this point in time. And if there's anything that needs to be cleared out, it's a very, very, very good day to clear out stuff. I also feel like it's a very good day to maybe tackle an issue concerning maybe a family member. Everyone's in a good mood, you're in a good mood, they're in a good mood, and things can be addressed in a sort of like lighthearted manner, even if the topic has been a point of contention in the past. 2nd, 3rd of June, Moon transits Virgo in your 9th house. You're busy maybe with matters concerning legal stuff, paperwork, traveling, foreign sort of like relations, maybe any sort of like interactions with people who are based abroad. 6th of June, Venus goes into Taurus. Now, I love this transit for you Capricorns because Venus in Taurus is going to be moving through your 5th house until the 4th of July. The 5th house, Capricorns, is the house of fun, love, pleasure, enjoyment, entertainment, games, children, creative projects, creative self-expression. So Capricorns, if I were you, I'm not, but if I were you, I would potentially, maybe even plan some time off so that you can go on holiday, so that you can go on vacation, so that you can go to the spa, so that you can spend time with loved ones, so that you can maybe spend time with your children. I feel like if you're working on anything creative, inspiration is going to flow beautifully, and it's also possible that other people might bring you inspiration. I feel like it's going to be a really enjoyable time for you Capricorns, especially if you're doing Taurus things. So if you are relaxing, if you are maybe working on something that involves building, that involves working with sort of like natural materials, I'm thinking of like pottery. It can also be a really good time to enjoy relaxation on a physical level. So going to the, like, I don't know, like massage, like for a massage to the massage center. Is there such a thing as a massage center? I think not. I think I was confusing it with a call center, but hey, sometimes words get jumbled in my brain. I also believe that relationships with the following kinds of people can experience an improvement. With your kids, if you have kids, with your significant other, but maybe also relationships with bosses and authority figures, I'd say. Possibly even with your mom. So there may be a sort of like really smooth, sweet, enjoyable time that you kind of like have when it comes to interacting with these people. So do take advantage of this. If you're single, go out on dates. This is the perfect time, the best time. I'm not saying that you're going to immediately find a romantic partner, but you are going to enjoy yourselves, Capricorns. 8th of June, but also active maybe the day before as well. Mercury conjunct Jupiter in your 6th house. I love this. I love this, Capricorns, for you. Why? It feels like you are absolutely overflowing with really good ideas in the workspace. You might come up with a really good idea as to how to expand on a project in the workspace, as to how to grow maybe, I don't know, like a client's account for instance. I feel like you're having very uplifting conversations with colleagues, with clients. You come up with solutions. Your mind is being like lit on fire in the best of ways. It's a great day to have an interview. It is a fantastic day to make a big presentation in the workspace. And I also feel like you're learning a lot about health around this time as well. And you might have this sort of like aha moment, this moment of enlightenment, and say, oh, this is what I need to do to be even healthier. 9th of June, probably one of the most significant transits of the year. Now, this year is filled with important transits just because a lot of the oh, give me 1 second. Something's happened with my phone. It's going down. Is it going down? It's not going down. Here it is. So the reason why I say that there's a lot of important transits this year is because the slow-moving planets are changing signs. I mean, most of them have already done so. Jupiter is next. We also have Uranus going into Gemini for a short amount of time this year. Jupiter in Cancer is incredibly important. Why? Because Jupiter is going to be in its sign of exaltation in Cancer. So this is meant to be a very auspicious transit, a very beneficial transit. Jupiter is already the great benefic, and in its sign of exaltation, it's going to do you some good, Capricorns. from the 9th of June all the way until June of 2026. The last time when Jupiter was in Cancer was between the summer of 2013, if I'm not mistaken, until the summer of 2014. Let me just double check. Yes, June 2013 until July 2014. What can you expect with this transit, my dear Capricorns? Well, good stuff, good news, growth, expansion, opportunities when it comes to your relationship sector. Now, some of you are, I know there's always these people that say, I don't care for relationships. I don't want relationships. I don't care. I'm like, yes, fantastic, fine. You don't have to. You can just not care. You can benefit from different kinds of relationships. So, you might actually form some really good connections with people that could be your advisors, that could teach you new things, that could be consultants. So for example, it's a great time to go into therapy. It's a great time to hire a financial advisor. It's a great time to hire a coach if that's your thing. So you can learn a lot from other people. So that's why it's a great time for building relationships. It's a great time for collaborations on all front. Collaborations professionally, collaborations in life, collaborations personally. Like I said, you can hire for that matter, you could hire like a personal trainer, and you would probably benefit tremendously from the sort of like one-to-one relationship. Saying that, those of you who are already in a relationship, romantically speaking, might see their partner grow and flourish and blossom and fulfill even more of their potential. There could actually be some exciting opportunities coming your partner's way. Maybe also opportunities that involve you revisiting your living situation, just as an FYI. And Jupiter transiting Cancer in your 7th house. I know this might not be your focus, but if you are actually looking to go into a relationship, this is the transit to take advantage of. This is the transit to act on. Get yourselves on the apps or get yourselves out into the world, whatever you want to do. But if you're looking for a partner, then this transit is going to be incredibly helpful. Now, Jupiter will square Saturn and Neptune from the 9th of June until the 22nd, roughly. In your Saturn and Neptune are in your 4th house of home. So I feel like as much as your relationship and your collaboration sector is growing and expanding, you also need to not forget and take into account and sort of like plan things around the duties, the responsibilities, and the obligations that you have at home, that maybe you have towards your family, that maybe you have to sort of cover from a financial perspective. I do feel like there are some financial duties and obligations that are on your mind when it comes to home life, family life, property, and real estate. There is a possibility also, for example, that you might need to make room for two things in your life at the same time. So maybe make room for this sort of like growing and blossoming relationship, and also make room for a restructuring in your home and family and living situation sector, I'd say. Now, Jupiter will be in a sextile to Mars from the 17th, 18th of June until the 25th, roughly. I like this very, very, very much. I feel like you're becoming extra courageous. You are becoming extra open to taking some big leap of faith when it comes to collaborations, partnerships, and relationships. Why? Because it feels like you are on the same page when it comes to, or like on a similar page when it comes to worldviews and life philosophy with the person that you're sort of like taking the leap of faith with. I also feel like you're learning a lot from this person. They are shifting your perspective, they're expanding your perspective, and they're maybe even giving you the courage to take action in alignment with what you believe in. Full moon in Sagittarius, 11th of June, my dear Capricorns. This is activating your axis of health, work, and service. I feel like something's coming to a close. Now, it could very, very well be a job. It could be something that you've been doing on the health front. It could also be something that you've been doing wrong on the health front, I will say. So you might become like really, really, really aware, very kind of like strongly aware of what you've been doing to sabotage your health. my dear Capricorns. And now you realize, hey, I need to maybe employ someone or enlist the help of someone to help me turn things around. It can be a little bit of a testing time when it comes to health, because you might be tired, you might be drained possibly, and it also feels like there's a lot going on, there's a lot of growing that's happening in your life, Capricorns, and you do need your strength and your energy. So if you need to take a few days off around the 11th of June, I would not hesitate. There is a possibility that maybe also a family member is experiencing some things on the health front. I'm not saying that they are unfixable in any shape or form. They're probably absolutely fixable and absolutely kind of easy to address, but they might require you to shift your diary to kind of like to change your plans a little bit on a day-to-day basis. So you might need to ask your boss to leave work a little bit early. So that is very, very possible. I also feel like you are letting go of something around this time, Capricorns. Maybe you're letting go of an old set of views and beliefs when it comes to your relationship sector. You could also be letting go of something that's no longer working, and that could be in the workspace. Someone could leave work, maybe because they have a better offer. I would not spend too much time worrying over that, because ultimately, thing is, Venus, if anyone leaves work, Venus, the ruler of your career path, is actually going to be in Taurus at the time, which is its sign of domicile. So you might end up in a better place if this person leaves work than you were before. Maybe you're going to have more time to, I don't know, focus on the projects that you really, really enjoy. Mars squares Uranus, 15th of June, active, maybe also at least 2 days before and at least 2 days after. My least favorite aspect of the month. Why? So I would be super careful, especially for those of you who have kids, that children do not hurt themselves. So there could be falls, there could be tripping, there could be like kids hurting themselves without intending to, but like the intention is not the point. Like accidents sometimes happen. So I would be extra cautious when it comes to children being physically active and something not going as expected. Another thing that can happen is a sudden unexpected fight with a romantic partner over something that maybe you feel betrayed over. They might also maybe claim that you've been hiding something from them. So it could kind of like go both ways. It feels like there might be a sudden change of plans when it comes to something that was pre-planned, like a party or like a fun activity, maybe because there is something going on at home that requires your immediate attention. So do keep your diary a little bit flexible, Capricorns. 17th of June, Mars goes into Virgo in your 9th house until the beginning of August. So it looks like you're going to be putting a lot of energy, and there's sort of like lots of action happening on the travel front, on the legal front, on the academic front potentially, maybe on the educational front. It also feels like maybe you could travel to see family or travel together with family throughout this period. You might also be making plans for the future concerning travel, concerning maybe any like legal initiatives. So that's where the action is packed. 21st of June, Sun joins Jupiter in Cancer in your house of relationships and partnerships. And that's where the sort of like cosmic spotlight is going to be on for the next month. 22nd, 23rd, Sun squares Saturn and Neptune. Once again, more clarity in regards to where you need to take some decisions in your home life, in your family life, what needs to be restricted, what needs to be released, what needs to be let go of. And you might be getting this extra sort of clarity because of the interactions that you have with a significant other, potentially, or the interactions that you're having, the conversations maybe that you're having with your business partner. Sun conjunct Jupiter in Cancer, 24th of June, probably one of the luckiest days of the year. I mean, I'm just going to say it. Do keep a close eye on whoever reaches out to you, because this could be a fabulous day to welcome in a business opportunity. There could be these sort of like really big things happening in the life of your spouse at the same time, and it could be very clear, okay, wow, this is actually huge. So the partner could have a breakthrough, and somehow this also impacts you. There's this sort of sense of tremendous enjoyment of growth and expansion and possibility happening in your relationship sector. Now, I am going to say, if you're already with someone and you've been with them for a long time, let's put it this way. I mean, it doesn't have to be decades. It could be 6 months, a year, 2 years. I know 6 months is not a long time. Sun conjunct Jupiter can bring this sort of like blessing connected with the partner. So maybe they're going to propose, or maybe you are ready to propose to them. But you're feeling lucky. I'm just gonna say it. The sun is also the ruler of your 8th house. There could be an exciting opportunity making its way to you when it comes to a potential investment, but maybe also when it comes to a big gift, Capricorns. 25th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after, new moon in Cancer in your 7th house, sextiling Mars. Really, really, really exciting fresh start for your partner, if you have a partner, or a really exciting start when it comes to a new relationship, a new collaboration. Maybe this collaboration is a business collaboration. Maybe it involves traveling. Maybe it involves learning from people from different countries, different cultures. You might start working with someone as sort of like legal advisor as well. So you might hire a new attorney, and I feel like they're making a world of difference in your life. Maybe you're hiring an attorney to help you apply for, I don't know, your citizenship. I do believe they're probably going to do a very good job. I'm just gonna say it. With Jupiter there, I have absolutely no doubt. Exciting times. This can also be, I will say it, the official new beginning of a beautiful relationship. Mercury on the 26th of June goes into Leo, so your mind is going to be focused now on money, debts, taxes, loans, other people's money. And 28th of June, Mercury trines Saturn. I feel like you might be having some really productive conversations around money, maybe with family members. You might be talking about how to tackle debt or things of this nature. 29th of June, however, Mercury opposes Pluto. Maybe there is a sort of like hidden expense, an expense that you didn't see coming. You might not be exactly on the same page with someone on a financial matter, and it feels like you are having some really sort of like heated conversations around differences in values with someone. This could also happen in the workspace, or it could happen with like a colleague, or maybe even someone that you look up to. So it could even be like a teacher of some sorts. So I see the possibility for like contradiction. And that is Capricorns. My dear, dear, dear Aquarius. Aquarius suns, Aquarius risings. June. What is going on, Aquarians? So 1st of June, the month kicks off with the moon in Leo, conjunct Mars, and trining Venus. I love this day if you are going out on a date with your significant other and you're going for a hike, or you're going to play tennis, or you're doing something physically demanding and a little bit competitive. I feel like you are experiencing some sort of like friendly competition on this day, and it feels fun, it feels exciting. This can also be a day for like a really like sudden impromptu, maybe road trip. And if you feel like your gut is telling you to reach out to someone in order to get something over the finish line, trust your gut. Even if it feels like a bit of a stretch, even if it feels like you're not 100% prepared, I do believe they're going to appreciate the courage. The courage, yes, with Mars and Venus. Not to say that you lack courage, Aquarians, when it comes to speaking up and reaching out, especially Aquarius risings, because let's face it, Mars is actually the ruler of your 3rd house of communication. Dun, 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 dun. 2nd, 3rd of June, moon in Virgo in your 8th house. I feel like you are sort of like busy with like financial matters, sorting out maybe like paying the bills, paying taxes. I feel like you're working on something potentially that is stressing you a little bit out, maybe maybe because it requires a great deal of attention to details. So take your time, don't rush. 6th of June, Venus goes into Taurus in your 4th house of home, family, and living situation until the beginning of July, until the 4th of July. What a beautiful transit. I mean, there's a lot of beautiful stuff happening, my lovely Aquarians, in June. This is probably one of the loveliest. Venus in Taurus is a fantastic time to do one of the following. First of all, Venus is not necessarily a planet of action. I mean, it's not a planet of action. Let's just face it. So with Venus in this part of your chart, you may want to take some time to relax at home. You might want to take some time to enjoy nature and the privacy of your garden, for instance. If you want to beautify the house, if you want to buy nice things for the house, if you want to redecorate, if you want to paint the walls, whatever it is that you are thinking of doing that has a sort of like aesthetic side to it, Venus is going to help you. You're probably going to find some really nice things. Your sort of taste is going to be kind of spot on, because sometimes it happens. I don't know if it's ever happened to you, but sometimes you go into the store and you see something and you're like, that looks cool. And then you bring it home and then you look at it and you're like, think about it like for a little bit. And maybe a few days later you say, what was going on in my brain when I bought this? So that's probably not going to happen with Venus transiting this part of your chart. Relationships with family members are experiencing a period of, I was about to say of bliss, but maybe that's too much. They are experiencing a really enjoyable, kind of like calm, smooth, relaxed period. There is, however, there's actually like two exceptions to this. 9th of June, when Venus is squaring Pluto, I feel like there are some things maybe that you feel is necessary to keep to yourself, Aquarius, to not reveal to family members because they're just not going to get it. So the relationship might feel a tiny little bit strained because maybe they're like pressuring you to reveal something. And the other exception is the 15th of June. The 15th of June is actually one of my least favorite times of the month. Active 3 days before, 3 days after almost. Of course, the energy is going to be the strongest on the 15th, but you have to understand that with these transits, sometimes the energy kind of like takes a while to build up. So that's why I say you might feel it 3 days before and possibly even in the days after. Mars is going to be squaring Uranus. Now, to me, this says explosive fight with someone at home or unexpected conflict with someone at home, or unexpected conflict maybe with your significant other or with a parent or with a sibling over a home and family and private matter. But for the most part, Venus in Taurus is going to help. It's going to help you make peace with people at home. It's going to help you enjoy smooth, relaxed, flowing interactions, like sweet interactions with people at home. But there are these like two exceptions. I am just gonna say it. If you're looking for a home, then Venus can attract just the right kind of like place for you. So if you're looking to buy a home, then you're probably going to find something really beautiful in a nice neighborhood, whatever it is that you're looking for, whatever beauty means for you, my dear Aquarius. 8th of June, Mercury conjunct Jupiter in your 5th house. Oh, I love this day. Also day before and day after. Like I said, there's a lot of good stuff happening in June. Really fun, enjoyable times when it comes to being socially active, Aquarians, when it comes to engaging your mind in all sorts of writing, speaking, learning, educational activities. Really positive sort of like energy when it comes to interacting with children, when it comes to interacting with loved ones. You might have some really uplifting conversations with your kids or with your significant other, or maybe even with friends. I feel like this is a fabulous day to sort of learn from other people, to learn from your friends, to learn from your kids. If you have kids, children can be the biggest teachers. I absolutely 300% believe that. You can learn through a sort of like very like fun activity. So I think there was a study, but obviously don't quote me on it because I'm not a scientist, right? And I actually don't remember the name of the study. But apparently, when we learn through play, when we learn through a sort of like fun, entertaining exchange, I think we learn like at least like 6 times faster than if we were in a sort of classroom type of situation, in a traditional learning environment. So learn whilst you're having fun. Learn through exchanging information with others, exchanging sort of like experiences with others. My recommendation would be go out, talk to people, connect with people, go to fun events, go to an astrology conference, go to an astrology event, talk about the things that excite you, because other people are going to be excited. They will learn from you, you will learn from them. I feel like if you are in the business of writing, I mean, you don't have to be in the business of writing. If you enjoy writing, if you enjoy sharing your messages with the world, Aquarius, this day, the 8th of June, is a day of massive inspiration, Aquarians. Take advantage of it, please. And if you are looking to make a presentation, especially if it involves communicating in a creative manner, if you are looking to launch a project to the world, this is your day, 8th of June. And also just have fun. It's a very, very, very kind of like superlative fun kind of day. 9th of June, Jupiter goes into Cancer for the next year, Aquarians. I like this energy, but I also have to give you the caveats. So Jupiter is the great benefic. So far, so good, right? Exciting. Jupiter is the ruler of your house of income. So far, so good. Exciting. What does that mean? It means that in the next year, you're going to have the opportunity to make more money from work. Now, Jupiter will bring you fantastic opportunities in the workspace. My recommendation would be, because we're talking about an exalted Jupiter, to take a leap of faith and to take advantage of this transit to stretch yourselves, to learn something new, to stretch yourselves to say yes to new projects, to stretch yourselves to be of service in novel ways. The ugly part of this transit, I mean, if it can be considered ugly, is that you are probably going to be so busy. I repeat, you are going to have such a full plate day-to-day wise. I kid you not, this is going to be, you might say, okay, Rux, maybe it's a nice problem to have. If I like the work that I'm doing, if I'm learning new things, it couldn't be all that bad. Well, I mean, if you are organized, then no, it cannot be that bad. But if you're not, then you might struggle a tiny little bit. I also want to flag that the 6th house is a house associated with health. Now, if you're taking good care of yourselves, Aquarians, this is great. You're probably going to learn new things about health, maybe also about your mental and emotional health, and you're going to maybe implement new habits, and it's exciting because you're going to feel better in your body because your emotions are in a better space. But if you are not taking care of yourselves, Aquarians, in terms of your physical health, then I have to give you the bad news. Jupiter transiting this part of your chart is probably going to exacerbate any weak points that you have health-wise. And it's going to say, hey, you've been neglecting me. Now you cannot do that anymore because I've just brought the magnifying glass for you to see this is wrong or this needs to be addressed. Like I said, on the 9th of June, Venus is also squaring Pluto, so I feel like you need to get a little bit out of your sort of like shell when it comes to the relationship with a maybe family member, and maybe just kind of like have the courage to share how you've changed, how you have transformed, I'd say. Now, going back to Jupiter will be squaring Saturn and Neptune from the 9th of June until the 22nd, roughly. You might need to say yes to kind of like growth and expansion in the workspace. So maybe there's like new projects coming in or increased workload or kind of like exciting projects that you can learn from. But at the same time, it also feels like you are struggling a little bit when it comes to communication in the workspace. Maybe because you are thrown into sort of like a new environment. Maybe because you have to work with new tools. So you might feel a tiny little bit uneasy when it comes to your level of knowledge, when it comes to your skills. And it might even feel like you have to learn some new skills really fast. Just as an FYI. Jupiter will be sextiled by Mars from the 17th, 18th of June until the 25th, but you might feel it until the end of the month. So I feel like you are going to move a lot faster from the 17th, 18th onwards, Aquarians, when it comes to learning how to kind of like work in a new environment, hitting the ground running, as they say, maybe finding sort of like quick solutions to kind of like expanding like projects or maybe even issues in the workspace. Do trust your decision-making instinct throughout this period, from the 17th, 18th Aquarians until the 25th at least. Full moon in Sagittarius, 11th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after. I mean, I'm just gonna say, Aquarians, this can be overall a really enjoyable time. Why? You might go out, you might catch up with friends. It's a great time to catch up with friends. It's a great time to go to that, I don't know, like work event, maybe that involves fun and partying and just like letting your hair down a little bit. I do feel like you could be getting together for like a fun time with work colleagues. I do believe you can also, if you're getting together with friends, you can kind of like combine business with pleasure. So if you're going to like a birthday party, maybe you can talk to someone there, one of your friends, about something that's been going on in the workspace. And I feel like they could have some really solid, some really good advice, some really good insights. This could be the time when you're completing a project together with someone else. It also feels like your future is under review when it comes to work. So you're kind of seeing clearly, okay, this is how my plans are going to change work-wise. This is what I need to prepare for. This is what I need to make room for. This is what I need to open up to. Jupiter is going to sextile Venus at the time of this full moon. I like this. I feel like there's some really good stuff, some really sort of like good results happening in your life. Professionally, but also in your personal life. If you've been working on something in your personal life, if you've been giving it your all, if you've been putting effort, if you've been patient, I feel like it is paying off. I feel like this can also be quite a fun time romantically, a good time romantically, especially if you are in a relationship. It could be a good time to go out. It could be a good time to go to a concert, to a group kind of event, or it could even be a good time to, I don't know, just like sign up to the gym together with your significant other. Like I said, 15th of June, my least favorite time of the month for a variety of reasons, especially unexpected fights, unexpected conflicts. There is a possibility that something could break around the house. So something could fall apart. The Wi-Fi could fall apart. Your mom's laptop could fall apart. Like something might crack. Just as an FYI. 17th of June, Mars goes into Virgo in your 8th house. Aquarians, you're probably going to be very active and invested in kind of like solving matters connected with debts, taxes, loans, mortgages, pretty much until the beginning of August. You might also need to be very vocal about anything that is sort of like wrong and that needs fixing and that's not supposed to be working in this way. On the sort of like financial front, especially when it comes to like shared finances, shared resources, or if there's been any mistakes when it comes to maybe your like mortgage documents, it feels like you're going to have to like fight to get this over the line in the correct format. 21st of June, Sun goes into Cancer. It's joining Jupiter. So for the next month, my dear Aquarians, I have to say, you are very busy. There's a lot on your plate. It's busy season for you. I feel like you might also be a tiny little bit busy with making a relationship work. Now, it could be a professional relationship, but it could also be a tad draining to you, Aquarians. So that's why it might feel like it's sort of like extra work on top of the work that you have. 22nd, 23rd of June, Sun squares Saturn and Neptune in your third house. You might be a tiny bit frustrated because you want to get things done in the workspace, but you are dealing with people who do not communicate in the way that you are used to communicating. It feels like there might be some confusion, some frustration in terms of communication. It feels like you have to really let this person do their thing. They're maybe a little bit more introspective. They're not necessarily as sort of open and as objective in the way that they see things as you are. So there might be a little bit of frustration on the communication side around these days. Sun conjunct Jupiter in your 6th house on the 24th of June. Fantastic news. So sort of big opportunity, big breakthrough when it comes to one of the following Aquarians. When it comes to your work, so there could be a new job on the horizon, a new exciting project on the horizon. It's a very sort of lucky time. So if you're thinking, if you're considering, if you're pondering the sort of question, should I go for this? Should I say yes to the new job? Should I say yes to the new project? Maybe it's going to require, traveling. Maybe it's going to require you sort of working with other people from different cultures, maybe learning how to work within a different culture altogether. I am just going to state the obvious and say Jupiter, planet of luck, Jupiter Kazemi, luck on steroids. There's something good going on here. I will just put it out there. This can also be a day of massive, tremendous clarity in regards to what is it that needs to be addressed, what is it that you need to change, what is that you need to learn maybe when it comes to taking care of yourselves health-wise. New Moon in Cancer, 25th of June, active 3 days before, 3 days after, a fresh start work-wise. So it could be a new job, a new colleague, a new project, a new team. It could also be a fresh start when it comes to healthy habits. And healthy habits don't just involve going to the gym and, eating organic food or eating... I wasn't thinking about organic. I was thinking about whole foods, but yeah, that's a different story. That is a completely different story. Healthy habits might also involve setting new boundaries in your relationships with family members, for example. 26th of June, Mercury goes into Leo. Your mind is going to be very focused on relationships and interactions with others. Mercury trines Saturn on the 28th of June, a very constructive conversation with maybe a partner, a business partner, a client. It could be a very constructive conversation around some really boring stuff, some really, dry stuff such as money or, an issue that needs to be fixed, that needs to be resolved. You might also have some really productive insights that you get from the conversation with a health practitioner. 29th of June, Mercury opposes Pluto. Someone is trying to get some information out of you, and you are like a closed book. And the more they try, the more they are getting the very cold Aquarian shoulder. And that is probably going to be incredibly irritating for both of you, actually, but you're probably going to show it in a different way than they are. It might not put them off, however. They might still kind of try to poke at you and say, come on, reveal, tell me what's been going on, what is this issue? So things can escalate, and there can be an intensification of challenging energy in a conversation with someone. And that is Aquarius. My lovely, lovely Pisces. Pisces suns, Pisces risings. June, what's cooking? What is going on? Pisces, I'm so excited for you. I'm super excited about one transit in particular. Jupiter, your chart ruler, going into Cancer, its sign of exaltation, on the 9th of June until June of 2026. But I'm not going to jump the gun because I know people are really annoyed when I do that. So I'm going to start off in chronological order. 1st of June. Lots going on at work. You're very busy. You're very active. You're on fire. You have good ideas. You're reaching out to people. You're kind of moving at speed, and it feels like it is working for you on this day. It feels like you are putting out fires very successfully. You're trusting your gut, you're trusting your instinct, you're sort of like creative in the solutions that you're finding. So I like this. 2nd, 3rd of June, moon goes into Virgo. You're sort of like busy figuring out something with someone. Maybe they have a problem and you're trying to kind of like to help them out. I also believe that you might just kind of work on something like practical and functional with someone that is important to you, such as a partner or like a child or like a loved one in general. 6th of June, Venus goes into Taurus in your 3rd house. Venus is in domicile in Taurus. I'm like, why am I making all of these moves? Because this feels very Venus and Taurus to me. 6th of June until the 4th of July, Venus is going to make really enjoyable the following: road trips, learning, speaking with others, especially colleagues, siblings, cousins, neighbors, relationships with these people, so cousins, siblings, neighbors, work colleagues maybe, are likely to see an improvement. You might collaborate very well with these people throughout the whole period when Venus is transiting Taurus. If you are looking to buy a car, this is actually a really, really good period. So from the 6th of June until the 4th of July, there are 2 exceptions to that. 9th of June, when Venus squares Pluto, and 15th of June, give or take, I'm going to say 3 days before and 3 days after, when Mars is going to be squaring Uranus. So these are probably the exceptions as to when to not buy a car. These are probably also the exceptions when I would not recommend going on a road trip. So not on the 9th of June, not on the 15th of June, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after. If you are on the road, either on the 9th of June or on the 15th of June, so maybe you are just commuting into work, do be careful. Now, 9th of June, there could be something coming up. I mean, there could just like be an incident on the road and you're delayed and you miss one of your meetings, or you just have to like reschedule it. There could be some sort of like unforeseen malfunctioning on the road. 15th of June, I dislike this time from like the bottom of my heart. Also 3 days before, 3 days after, it's probably like the least kind of auspicious time of the month. Why? Because Mars is going to be squaring Uranus. So this could be the time when something actually breaks or malfunctions with your car. There is an increased chance of incidents, accidents on the road because people are speeding, or because people are not paying attention, or because someone kind of like pops up in front of them out of nowhere. So please be extra cautious. I'm not saying that anything has to happen to you. Maybe nothing happens to you. So maybe it's just like you witnessing like an incident on the road. I would take my time. So when it comes to, let's say, commuting into work, 15th of June, I would leave early, not speed, not rush, and just keep in mind that you might need to reschedule a work meeting, or you might not make it in time because maybe there are things going on the road that are completely outside of your control. And if your car feels like it's not functioning as it's supposed to, I would not wait for the 15th of June to arrive, because something could malfunction and it could be quite difficult to like replace or to repair. So maybe you just want to get it checked beforehand. Now, going back to Venus and Taurus. Venus and Taurus from the 6th of June until the 4th of July is also going to give you inspiration in terms of what words to use when it comes to convincing others with like sweetness. So you're kind of like really choosing your words very carefully. You're employing this sort of like beautiful, like gracious language, and people are like, yep, that works for me. I'm gonna say yes to whatever it is that you're selling. Speaking of selling, it's a great time, 6th of June until the 4th of July, to sell things and to buy things, with 2 exceptions, 9th of June and 15th of June. But 15th of June, please keep in mind that this energy that is quite difficult is active also 3 days before and 3 days after. 8th of June, Mercury conjunct Jupiter in Gemini. Oh my God, like I'm like, this is exciting. There seems to be some sort of like fantastic, exciting, great, amazing piece of news making its way to you from family members. It could be a parent, it could be a sibling, it could be any other like family member, it could be one of your cousins. They might have some really good news. So let's say your cousin's having a baby, or let's say your sister is getting married. Whatever it is, it feels like it's a source of kind of like tremendous joy, excitement. You're making plans together. You're having this sort of like really upbeat conversation. The sort of energy within the conversation is very positive. It's very optimistic. This can also be, speaking of like positive and really optimistic conversations, this can be a really good day to speak with family members, or maybe with your spouse, about your future in terms of home and living situation, in terms of real estate, and in terms of like family related plans. If you are looking to buy a home, to sell a home, to relocate, this can be a fabulous day to go for like viewings. Viewings is the word. Oh my God, I had like such a hard time remembering the correct word. This is a fantastic day to go for viewings, the 8th of June. So I would absolutely recommend going for it, because you're probably going to find something that is right up your street, not literally, but figuratively speaking. And if you are welcoming anyone into your home, I mean, it's a great day to host. It's a great day to kind of like get people together, to socialize at home, to socialize with family members. I'm liking it. It's super kind of like animated. It feels like you're also getting some really good ideas from family members, from maybe your spouse, about what to do professionally, about what to do in order to grow, about what to do. I'm talking about like professional growth. You're inspired. You're inspired, and you're also very inspiring, Pisces. 9th of June, Jupiter goes into Cancer. I'm so happy for you, Pisces. Why? I mean, this is going to be great. Now, please don't come at me if you don't notice the greatness straight away. Jupiter is the great benefic, and it is going to be in its sign of exaltation for a year. Now, the last time it was in Cancer was between, let me just go back and double check, June 2013 until July 2014. So have a think about how your life expanded, what sort of opportunities, what sort of growth, what sort of luck, success made its way to you 12 years ago, Pisces, because you might experience some similar themes in that direction. I'm just going to say it over the next year. Jupiter is your ruler, so you are essentially experiencing a period, a 1 year long period of tremendous expansion and growth and positivity and optimism and good luck, especially as it relates to one or several of the following: your passions, your hobbies, your creative projects, what makes you happy, children, and even home and family life, and also romantic love and career. I mean, I know that's a lot of stuff. Like that's a lot of good luck to experience in 1 year. Well, do not underestimate Jupiter, the great benefic, my dear Pisces. Now, obviously, this also depends on how your natal Jupiter is placed, what sort of like aspects it's making, and so on, because transits can only deliver or sort of like confirm upon the natal promise. Now, if you're thinking what is the natal promise, Rux? So I'm talking about the natal chart. And if you don't know what your natal chart is, then you may want to consider a natal chart reading. I actually do that for my clients. So if that's something that you're interested in, if your natal chart has not been interpreted before, you can purchase the first time client consultation on my website, and we can analyze your natal chart so that you can understand how to work with Jupiter, how to tap into your natal Jupiterian energy, and how to make the most of transits like this, right? Because nothing exists in a vacuum, Pisces. So Jupiter in Cancer is great in and of itself, but maybe you have a little bit more of a difficult Jupiter natally. Maybe you have a Jupiter in Virgo in your 6th house. So what does that mean for you? How can you, not in your 6th house, in your 7th house. What does that mean for you? So these are the kinds of questions that I address together with my clients in client consultations. Jupiter can bring good luck when it comes to your children's sector expanding. So if you're looking to get pregnant, if you're looking to welcome more children into your life, then this is it. If you have kids, then this can be actually a really, really positive time for your children. So you might see them grow, you might see them blossom, you might see them flourish, you might see them kind of like coming into their own. If you are single, it's a great time to date. It's a great time to welcome love in your life. There will absolutely be an increase in the level and amount of romance and affection in your life, Pisces. And I just feel like you're going to have a really good time in the year ahead, just because Saturn is over the summer out of your first house. Neptune has gotten out of your first house. I'm talking Pisces risings. You are getting a huge break. It is time to have fun. It's time to travel. It's time to grow professionally. It's time to do that thing that you've been wanting to do for a long time. So take advantage of Jupiter. 9th of June until the 22nd of June, Jupiter will be squaring Saturn and Neptune. So all of this growth that's happening for you, children-wise, fun-wise, entertainment-wise, passions and hobbies-wise, maybe career-wise, I feel like it does have to be balanced initially with some of your duties and responsibilities and obligations on the financial front. Also, before you say yes to, I don't know, traveling the world and kind of like going on a book tour, let's say, you might need to get your finances in order. Now, Mars will be sextiling Jupiter from the 17th, 18th until the 25th of June. I feel like you've got a really good, a really solid partner on your side to help you figure out the sort of functional, practical, logistical aspects of the life sector that is growing, that is expanding. Maybe it's, I don't know, like an agent. So if you are a creator, maybe you're hiring an agent and they're saying, come on, let's get this show on the road. Let's get you, I don't know, some good sort of like PR appearances. So I feel like you are benefiting from someone's expertise in taking really kind of good advantage of this transit as early as June. 11th of June, full moon in Sagittarius, activating your house of career and family life and living situation. I mean, this is really nice, Pisces. I know. If like June comes and you kind of like look at your life and you're thinking, Rux, what is going on? You've told me this is a great month. I have to say this, in order for luck and growth and success and abundance and prosperity and expansion to happen, sometimes we first have to release things. I mean, that's just the reality of it. People have a really hard time letting go of what they know, letting go of what exists, letting go of familiarity, apparent stability, apparent security, the status quo. So you might be feeling that the ground is shaking underneath your feet and there's all of these sort of like new things coming up. So if you're feeling a tiny bit anxious, don't be Pisces, because this is all good. But you might be feeling a tiny bit anxious because everything is kind of changing in a sense. So 11th of June, some sort of like big success professionally. Now, this could be the result of something that you've worked towards for a long time, that you put a lot of energy into, that maybe even felt like a bit of a leap of faith, that felt like a little bit too good to be true. It's coming together. So you could be getting a raise, a promotion. You could be getting this sort of like big new opportunity professionally. Could it require a shift in terms of your home and family life? So maybe it requires you to be into the office more, to spend more time on the road, to travel more. Yes, that is a possibility. I also feel like you might be announcing to the world something big concerning your project, your creative projects, or maybe your children as well. But it is something good. You seem to be happy. It's exciting. I feel like the only worry that you might have is financial, not because you don't have the money, but because you really need to get your finances in order. Some of you could let the world know, hey, my child has gone into, I don't know, like higher education, and they've been accepted on this prestigious program. And yes, so it feels like you are proud and you are in the spotlight, and you're thinking about money at the same time. Don't worry, you're going to make it work. You're going to make it work, Pisces. I also feel like you could be announcing something big to the world concerning your living situation, but maybe also concerning your romantic life. Again, big changes, probably for the better. Jupiter will be sextiling Venus, so for the most part, the news is very, very, very good. Mars is also in a harmonious aspect to the full moon. I feel like you are maybe completing a professional project very successfully also, and you could be getting a lot of like applause and accolades, and maybe you're thinking, okay, now I have some time to relax. Now I can go on that 2-week long holiday that I deserve because I made this happen. I told you about the 15th of June. Do be careful. I'm not going to spend more time on that. 17th of June, Mars goes into Virgo until the 6th of August. People are going to want things from you, Pisces. What are they going to want, you might ask? I feel like they're going to want money from you. They might want time. They might want your resources. And they might want it yesterday. They might want it ASAP. So other people are very, very, very demanding when it comes to requiring, as I said, your resources, essentially. It does feel like there's going to be a lot of action going on in your partnership and collaboration and relationship sector in general, not just referring to personal relationships. I actually feel like you're going to be spending a lot of time and energy on business partnerships, business relationships, maybe also on working together with someone else on a practical matter. So maybe you decide to hire a personal trainer and you're like, come on, let's get this going. I want to hit my goals, my health goals until the 6th of August, essentially. There is sometimes a little bit of a higher chance of conflicts with this transit because other people might be extra fastidious, extra analytical, extra critical, and to you that just might feel like overkill at times. 21st of June, Sun goes into Cancer. It illuminates your house of children, fun, enjoyment, creativity, and entertainment for the next month together with Jupiter. And 22nd, 23rd, the Sun squares Saturn and Neptune. I feel like as much as you're excited about what's going on in your children's sector or in your sort of like creative projects, or maybe also when it comes to your passions and hobbies, Pisces, at the same time, it does feel like you also have to take a bit of a step back and say, okay, I need to really get serious about this maybe like financial matter, financial issue. I also have to get serious about maybe removing some people from my life, or kind of addressing some broader matters that have to do with maybe friends or a community or an organization, because otherwise it's going to probably dim down the amount of fun and enjoyment and entertainment that you are experiencing. A really lucky day, 24th of June. I mean, I'm just going to say it. I probably never say this. I don't think I've ever said it. Like sometimes people ask me these things and I say, come on, let's just be serious. Let's move on to more serious stuff. But I feel like 24th of June for you, especially Pisces, and I'm talking to Pisces risings especially. 24th of June can be a great day to play the lottery. I've never said this, but I am going to say it. Now, this is not financial advice. You're completely responsible for what you do with your money, but you can literally have a very lucky, like in the most literal sense of the word, a very, very, very lucky day. This is also a day of fantastic opportunities, like really lucky, like strikes, career-wise and romantically. And creatively, you might kind of like overflow with inspiration as well. You might have this like aha moment where you say, okay, this is what I need to do creatively. This is what I need to do professionally. This is the direction. You might have this sort of like big vision, and the vision is probably going to grow into something fantastic. I'm just going to say it. Write it down, dream big. It is a day to dream big. 25th of June, you have a new moon in the same part of your chart in a nice aspect to Mars. This can be a fresh start when it comes to your romantic life, so maybe a new romantic interest. But if you are with someone, it could be that you connect with your romantic partner in a new way. Maybe you decide to spend more time doing the things that you enjoy together. I feel like they are very kind of like willing and eager to cooperate. Maybe also they're very eager to help you work on the projects that you want to work on. This can also be a fresh start when it comes to the relationship with children. If you have kids, a fresh start for the better. Some of you Pisces, especially Pisces risings, might hear news of pregnancy, but this is not enough. I'm just going to say it. So this new moon is not enough for that to happen. 26th of June, Mercury goes into your house of day-to-day work and health. So you're going to be very kind of like busy mentally, thinking about work-related projects and maybe kind of like issues that need to be solved. 28th of June, very productive conversation around money, around problems that need to get solved at work, maybe problems that are quite boring and dull, but alas, they have to be addressed. And 29th of June, Mercury opposes Pluto. You might find a secret concerning a colleague or an employee if you are employing people, and you're probably not going to like what you find. That sort of thing that they might have been hiding, or maybe it's just a mistake. It feels like it has sort of like deeper implications, and maybe you just need to decide whether... I feel like you're going to have to kind of like tread carefully and decide whether it's worth revealing this to like bosses or higher ups or not, because this could even result in someone, this might be dramatic, but so it might not be that bad, but you might say, oh, if I reveal this to the manager, maybe they're going to fire this person. So do kind of like tread carefully if you can. Pisces, that is your June horoscope. Folks, I want to thank you once again for tuning in for your June horoscope, for your monthly horoscope. It is an absolute pleasure to be doing these. And please don't forget that if you want to work with me, you can find me on my website, which is written in the stars-astrology.com. If you're a new client, the first time consultation is the one to go for, regardless of the type of like service that you are after. So it can be a natal chart reading, a year ahead reading, maybe a compatibility reading, or a career and vocational reading. The 1 hour, 15 minute Zoom consultation is the one to go for first time clients. Existing clients know that they also have other options, the 30 minutes follow up, the year ahead forecast, which is 1 hour long. The other thing that I wanted to share with you is I'm also active on Instagram. Rux Unbelievable is my Instagram handle. That is my only Instagram account. That's where you can find me for more sort of like regular day-to-day updates, astrological and personal. And I am now on TikTok. I've recently become active on TikTok. Written in the stars by Rux. Rux Unbelievable is also my handle on TikTok. I just realized when I joined TikTok that there were a few fake accounts pretending to be me and kind of like posting stuff from my YouTube channel. Rux Unbelievable is my handle on TikTok as well. Any other accounts are not mine. So I just joined on the 6th of May on TikTok. If you're active, that's where you can find me. Last but not least, if you like my content, if it's useful, if it's interesting, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, a like, a subscribe, a share. Maybe share it with your friends if this is interesting. And you can also support my channel by donating using the thanks button underneath the video. Let us know in the comments how June unfolds for you, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you. Bye.